Good morning. Good morning. Hello. It's fantastic to see everyone. I cannot tell you how fantastic it is to see you. Welcome to Guy's. Welcome to the Science Gallery. And welcome to a celebration, a true celebration of the life of Professor Stewart Cameron. My name is Ian Abs. I'm the Chief Executive now, somewhat surprising to many of you in the audience. I still think I'm a nephrologist, but I'm masquerading as the Chief Executive of Guy's and St Thomas's, a pleasure I've had for the last 6 years. And we're honoured to be here today with Stewart's family to recognise the clinician, the scientist and the man. And we have, I hope, and thank you to John particularly, but thank you to all colleagues who've contributed to today, particularly to UKKA, who've made many of the arrangements possible, and also thanks to colleagues including Lucy, who works with me, who's put a lot of the arrangements together. But we have got a fantastic day. You are in the Science Gallery. I think many of you will remember that actually in one phase of its life, just above us was McDonald's. It's no longer there. But the Science Gallery is a fantastic development that brings science to very often the public, and the public that we serve in this great part of London. We've got a number of talks today, and John's going to make some introductory remarks. Hopefully, there are no fires planned. If anything does happen, then the exits are well signposted, I've got to say that. And there is, for any colleague that might have a little bit of difficulty, there is an assistance lift there, so you can get up in the lift easily. We've got, I hope, a number of breaks arranged in the course of the day, because I'm sure the real enjoyment of the day not only is going to be in the brilliant presentations and talks and reminiscences that colleagues will have, but also as a community, as friends and colleagues, we'll also have the time today to socialise, so both at lunch and at the end of the day, possibly over a glass of wine. So we're looking forward to having conversations throughout the day. We want clearly to make this as interactive as possible, so we'll make sure that I'm sure all colleagues that wish to contribute can. But with the most important thing for me to say is thank you to Stewart's family, thank you to Stewart, and thank you to all of you for being here today to make what I'm sure is going to be an absolutely fantastic opportunity to remember and celebrate Stewart's life. But I'm going to hand over to John for some introductory remarks.
Thanks, Ian. Well, I also want to give my welcome. And the only additional introductory things I want to say are that as well as all of you gathered here, we have quite a few people watching online, and welcome to you. If you're online and you want to make an observation, write in the chat facility, and we have moderators here who will bring up anything they think we should be sharing with all of us. When we do come to discussion, could I simply remind you all that you need to speak with a microphone in your hand, because if you do not, we may not be able to hear in the auditorium, and for sure they'll hear nothing online. So if you are bursting to say something, please just control yourself till there's actually a microphone in your hand, and then start talking. And finally, to remind you that we are filming the day, and obviously that means mostly it'll be the backs of your heads for most of the time, but we are going to have a film of the whole thing, which we will share afterwards. And I think that's all I want to say by way of initiation.
Thanks very much, John. The first part of today's celebration is to celebrate Stewart as the clinician. And we've got a number of talks from colleagues. I will try and bring some order to this first session, but importantly, we do have time for a discussion, and I'm sure that colleagues will want to just give them some of their own reflections on Stewart as the clinician. But first, I'm going to ask John to give his reflections on Stewart as a nephrologist. Thank you, John.
I'm well aware that many of you knew Stewart for much longer than I did. I first met him 43 years ago. But the purpose of this first talk is to introduce Stewart the nephrologist to those of you who knew him less well, and to remind us of all of the background and achievements of this extraordinary man. Stewart was born in Aberdeen and proud to be a Scot. Strangely, I found it very hard. I could not find a photograph of him smiling in his kilt, but there he is. He came to London as a teenager because his father came to work at Ealing Film Studios, and Stewart went to Ealing Grammar School. Like his father, he was a gifted draftsman and artist. And here is a map remarkable for its precision and detail, drawn by Stewart while he was still at school. And he was actually unsure at first if it would be art school or medical school. Happily, he chose medicine. He planned to return to Aberdeen to study, but they required of him extra exams as well as his A-levels. So instead, he applied to London medical schools and got a place in Guy's. Came here in 1953 and worked until he retired in 1995. Stewart's intellectual gifts were obvious from the beginning. He took all the undergraduate prizes, a first in his intercalated BSc. And from then on, bitten by the research bug as well as the clinical bug, he was sure he wanted to be a clinician scientist. But where would he find his niche? He was interested in salt and water, and he already owned the Bible of renal physiology by Homer Smith. It was always known as the Green Book. This is actually a photograph of Stewart's own copy, which is fading a bit towards grey. But nephrology did not exist in the UK. And Stewart came under the wing of John Butterfield, first professor of medicine here at Guy's and later Regis in Cambridge. Butterfield was interested in diabetes, so Stewart's first papers were on the measurement of insulin metabolism. But Butterfield realized where Stewart's interests were going, and he arranged for him to go to Cornell in New York as a Fulbright scholar to study and train in nephrology with Robert Pitts and Lovell Becker, before returning to Guy's to establish academic nephrology. In 1962, nephrology was already an identifiable specialty in the US, and renal physiology was its heartland. Everyone on the East Coast had been taught by Homer Smith, who just died. Pitts was one of his acolytes. But Stretch Becker, as he was always known, he was about 6.5 foot tall, was interested in nephritis and proteinuria. So Stewart worked on the selectivity of proteinuria in nephrotic syndrome, got his first JCI paper, and later from that his MD. Equally as important, while Stewart was in New York, he got his first exposure to dialysis and transplantation, the new treatments for irreversible renal failure, which were ahead of us in the US at that time, and were about to change forever the landscape of kidney care in rich countries. While Stewart was away in New York, acute dialysis had begun at Guy's, led by John Trounce, a clinical pharmacologist, in response to the need being generated by the urologists, and particularly by the cardiac surgeons who were discovering the complications of cardiopulmonary bypass. When Stewart came back, he got involved in the acute dialysis, and in 1964, at the very first meeting of EDTA, he presented the Guy's findings. So his course was set. Nephrology was to be the driving force and the passion of his professional life. But he could not see how he would gather the resources to establish nephrology properly at Guy's, and he told me years later that he actually considered at that stage leaving Guy's to go somewhere where prospects were better. But then in 1966, the De Wardner Committee reported. This was a Ministry of Health committee on the expansion of chronic dialysis in the UK. They made the very sensible suggestion, and it was accepted, that there would be properly funded units in major centres across the UK. Guy's, because of its experience in acute dialysis, was chosen to be one of those. So now the needed resources would arrive. And when the unit began, Stewart was appointed senior lecturer to become its leader. Now, Guy's recognised his many talents, but they clearly had to come to terms with his particular and evolving style, far removed from the conventional Guy's consultant. And the only extraordinary thing about this gallery of pictures I found is that in 4 of 5, he's wearing a tie. So Stewart began to build a renal unit. First, he found the right people, and he quickly drew round him other excellent and committed people, most notably as Registrar Chisholm Ogg, who was soon his second consultant, creating a duo of complementary gifts and styles, which was at the heart of the Guy's unit. And in a few minutes, Chisholm will talk to us about working with Stewart. Stewart's egalitarian instincts ensured a team culture developed, a renal family involving patients, nurses, doctors, technicians, dietitians, and so on. Everyone empowered and respected. And although that was happening in other budding renal units in the UK, it was particularly a hallmark of Guy's, and we'll discuss that with Di Sale and Penny Powis. Stewart was always anxious about chronic dialysis. He could see its potential to overwhelm everything because of its complexity and demands, and therefore from the beginning realised that transplantation must also be developed in an integrated unit if the size of the dialysis programme was to be contained, and Jeff Kaufman will talk to us more about that. And remarkably, for several years after Dick White moved to Birmingham, and before Cyril Chandler returned from the US as a trained paediatric nephrologist, Stewart, Chisholm and the Guy's unit also looked after children with kidney disease, and Cyril will tell us more of that. The Guy's unit became a magnet for teaching and training, not just UK nephrologists, many of whom are here today, but from across the world. Stewart reckoned in all about 250 nephrologists from abroad spent time at Guy's when he was there. But of course, Stewart was a clinician, scientist, and research would flourish alongside the clinical work of the unit. Glomerular disease was the major focus, and in a remarkably short time, Stewart was an acknowledged world leader in the field. Of course, he was following in the footsteps of Richard Bright, the Guy's physician who had transformed 19th century thinking about kidney disease by his longitudinal study of personally observed patients. And long before computers, this meant obsessive handwritten record keeping. Here are some examples shared with me by Dick Trumpeter of progress charts on nephrotic children looked after by Stewart in the 1970s. And his own personal files show the collaborative instincts, which meant he developed clinical trials across South East London. And also the apparently scruffy way in which trial results were assembled and amended in those pre-word processor days. So after lunch, we'll hear from Dick Glassick about the global impact Stewart had in the early years, and the story of Stewart's involvement in glomerular disease will then be taken on by Andy Rees. And Stewart's name is particularly associated with the nephritis of lupus, and Liz Lightstone will discuss that. But don't imagine that Stewart's research achievements were limited to these issues. He published the Guy's work in transplantation. He commented on the ethics of transplantation. He published on pediatrics and acute renal failure. And in the 70s, quite considerably on urate metabolism, particularly hereditary disorders of urate metabolism and their effect on the kidney, working with Anne Simmons. Stewart's written output in the end was formidable. More than 500 papers, at least 100 chapters, 20 or more full books. And he taught and lectured with panache. How did Stewart find the time to write that much? It's a mystery to me. Sheena, his daughter, who's with us today, told me of her memories of Stewart typing away frantically with 2 fingers on a clacking old Olivetti typewriter in the living room at home, surrounded by family life, with sheets of paper all over the floor being cut and pasted, literally in those days. And the Olivetti went on every family holiday. And when he lectured, you couldn't but listen. And everyone realized that. As a single example, remarkably, He gave 3 separate named lectures to the college. I'm not sure if anyone else has done that. And the lecturing was far from just in the UK. Very quickly, he was traveling the world all over the place, encouraging, teaching, visiting, smiling, and so often with Margot, his wife, accompanying him. Indeed, the later challenge was to find a country he hadn't visited. Stewart, not just a clinician, not just a teacher, not just a guy's man, although we'll hear more later from Ian, and I'm sure from others of you about that. Stewart was a natural leader, and from a very early stage was drawn into leading roles in the burgeoning world of UK nephrology beyond guys, across London, across the UK and beyond. And this afternoon, we'll hear from Chris Winnells about Stewart's national influence, from Pierre Ronco about his impact on European nephrology, and from Joe Adu about his global leadership. Stewart used to tell me he was a reluctant politician. In the broader world of politics, his views were trenchantly socialist and worn on his sleeve, but I think it meant he was reluctant in the specific world of nephrological politics. Reluctant, perhaps, but of course he was very good at it, because he was good at listening, good at respecting opinions, good at building consensus, and never expecting anyone to work harder than him. So inevitably he was wanted as president of EDTA, then as president of the ISN, and perhaps later than you might have expected, president of the Renal Association, the only person who has done all those 3 jobs. But all this does not yet fully capture those things which made him so influential. His quite extraordinary energy. However much work he did, there was still time for climbing and marathons and skiing, despite an inflammatory polyarthropathy which beset him. Did he ever sleep? His pace was unrelenting. He even allowed himself in late career to be president of the ISN and president of the Renal Association at the same time. An insane workload for anyone with lesser gifts than him. He seemed invincible, but in the end he was overtaken by his health. And an urgent coronary artery bypass graft in 1995 was followed by the autoimmune indignity of Dressler syndrome, which took him to the decision at the age of 61 that he must retire. A retirement followed by a festschrift in 1996 here, which many of you present will have attended, and at which he gave a sparkling final lecture. You may have seen in the atrium during coffee the album presented to him by guys after the festschrift, and you'll be able to look at that over lunch and tea as well. Now, retirement is a relative thing. For Stewart, it lasted 28 years, and it meant a move from London to Cumbria, but it did not mean any trimming of his thirst for knowledge or his urge to write, but rather a broadening, particularly doing more on the history of nephrology, on which he became a world authority, and Leon Fine will tell us about that this afternoon. But he also published, for example, about John Keats, who was, of course, qualified at Guy's, although he never practiced, and about Scotland, especially an encyclopedic history of the Ross of Mull, where for many years he had a house, and much more. After he retired, he published 50 papers, dozens of chapters, his last paper in his mid-80s, his last book only a few years before that. The term multilingual polymath is overused, but as Stewart, it was true. First, the breadth and depth of his intellectual life. He had the fastest moving mind with the greatest capacity and thirst for knowledge of anyone I've ever known. He could give a paper and answer questions in several languages. Sheena told me he would work hard to brush up whichever language he would soon be needing to use. He'd consume newspapers, comics, anything he could get his hands on in the relevant language. To improve his Italian, he listened to hours of Italian opera with the libretto open in Italian and English in front of him. When he needed his Spanish to be better, he decided to translate from Spanish to English the whole of 100 Years of Solitude, the novel by the Colombian Nobel laureate Gabriel Garcia Marquez, a translation which he completed. In retirement, there was no dimming of this intellectual curiosity. The joy of conversation with Stewart was that he knew more about me than everything. He knew more nephrology, in which he was, of course, encyclopedic, He knew more history of nephrology, but he knew more about everything else as well, whether it was rock climbing or Gallic poetry or wildlife or European history, everything. In his mid-80s, he began to bemoan his memory loss, by which he meant he couldn't quite remember of the name of the first author of a paper on acute renal failure published in French, which he'd read about 30 years before. In retirement also, he cared for Margot through her final illness, and then emerging from his grief, found great happiness with Alison, who he married in 2018, who's here today. Alison, who Stewart had inveigled into being his co-author of Nephrology for Nurses when she was a ward sister at Guy's in the 1970s. And with the second edition also involving Di Sale, from whom we'll be hearing soon. So how come I'm standing here to begin our day? Unlike many of you, I never worked at Guy's. Stewart neither recruited me nor trained me. I first met him at the end of a GN research day in London in the early 1980s. He asked me over a glass of wine who I was, where I worked, about the project work I'd presented, and he seemed genuinely interested in me. The second time I met him was fully a year later, when to my considerable amazement, he walked straight up to me and said, "Hello, John, good to see you. How's that IgA nephropathy project work of yours going?" Why would he remember me? He said I should ask him if there was anything he could help me with. Well, he probably said that to everyone. But cheekily, I sent him the manuscript of a review article on IgA nephropathy, which I was struggling to finish and struggling to get published, and asked if he could offer me some advice. Long before email and phones, I stuffed the manuscript in an envelope and posted it to him. There was silence, and I shrugged my shoulders, until about 3 weeks later I was sitting in the Department of Medicine in Leicester when one of the secretaries called to me down the corridor, "John, someone called Stewart on the phone for you." It was indeed a rather hurried Stewart in a public phone box at Heathrow. "So sorry to be slow, John. I took your manuscript on holiday, but then my dictaphone broke. I've got to go to Israel for the day to sort out some problems with the World Congress of Nephrology." Problems indeed. They were about to shift the venue of the World Congress because of political tensions in the Middle East. 'Twas ever thus. "I'll get it to you by next week." And sure enough, the following week an envelope appeared. There were multiple pencil edits and margin advice on every page, and at the end he'd set out his recommendations on how to finish the article, which journal editors to contact using his name as an introduction. He'd gone far and beyond far to help me. I'd never worked for him. It was for him sufficient that I was in love with nephrology too, and wanted to apply my modest gifts to be as effective as I could be. Thus did Stewart, my role model, become my hero, and happily later on he became my friend. Now, I don't think the purpose of today is for us to polish Stewart's pedestal irrationally, nor just to offer sentimental gratitude. He was, of course, merely human, but he was a man of extraordinary gifts and achievement, who had an impact which for many of us was personal, but for all of us here was transformative, for this specialty of nephrology which we all love, and for the kidney patients we've all served. I hope you enjoy the day.
John, thank you very much for an absolutely fantastic introduction. Now, it's a great pleasure to welcome Chisholm Ogg for his reflections on working with Stewart. Chisholm, please. Hello, Chisholm.
Right. Well, I'm sorry that my memory is such that I didn't recognize you all when I came in, but I know a lot of you knew I was going to be here, and therefore they recognized me. Stewart came to Guy's Medical School 3 or 4 years before I did, and retired from Guy's Hospital 3 years before I did. He's been a friend, good friend, for more than 50 years, because we went on talking to each other on the phone for long after he retired. But I worked with him on a day-to-day basis for 30 years at least. His pathway into nephrology, as you heard, was very different from mine, as I went into medicine to become a country GP. I therefore did a wide range of house jobs, including surgery, medicine, pediatrics, obstetrics, chest medicine, and final gastroenterology. This last post was at the Central Middlesex Hospital with Sir Francis Avery Jones. And it was here that I met Dr. Eucas, Joe Eucas to many, who worked at the Institute of Urology, which was made up of 3 little hospitals, St. Paul's, St. Peter's and St. Philip's. And Joe would come to see patients of Avery Jones's, these patients who had developed amyloidosis of the kidney, secondary to Crohn's disease. And I was overwhelmed by Joe. I thought he was a superman. I thought that this is the guy I want to work for. And I very quickly got hold of a job as Joe's registrar at the Institute of Urology, and spent 2 years with him and saw him virtually every day during that time, and learned a huge amount about the management of renal disease, including peritoneal dialysis, hemodialysis, renal biopsy, and so on. Now, it was lucky for me that at this time the Trans-Cameron application from Guy's to the government for a specialised renal unit cropped up. And Joe obviously, Stewart obviously needed somebody to back him up as well. And my experience with Joe was clearly relevant. And I found myself as a registrar here in, well, I have failed to write it down, but I think about sort of 1966. At about this time, Dick White, who was a paediatrician and had been collecting children with renal disease here at Guy's, Dick got a job with a chair in Birmingham. And Stewart was then asked to look at give advice on the patients with renal disease in the children's wards, particularly minimal change disease and the nephrotic syndrome. We would, either Stewart or me as his representative, would give some advice about treatment, but people like Roy Meadows and Cyril Chandler were the people who made sure that we got our dosage right, decimal point in the dosage right, when it came to their patients. In fact, I was quite involved with some of the children who were coming from Brighton. And I went down there on 3 or 4 occasions to do renal biopsies on tiny children, which then kidneys came back to Guy's and the patients usually followed. Anyway, this Department of Health help meant that Stewart and I had to learn about how to use keel dialyzers. We both knew about the twin coil dialyzers, but the keel dialyzers were obviously much cheaper to run. Stewart went along to the Royal Free, where Stanley Shorten taught him about it. And I went along to Charing Cross Hospital, where Tony Wing was a registrar, and he taught me about it. They're pretty simple things, keel dialyzers. A lot of you won't even remember them. They've been cancelled before you were starting nephrology. But I wandered around with a lot of pretty simple bits of equipment, like screwdrivers and pliers and insulation tape and and so on, to fiddle with them. Then we set up our chronic dialysis unit in a side ward off Ashley Cooper ward. And we had a great big tank of water, decalcified water, of course. So that side room, and we mixed it with a concentrate provided by our hospital lab. And I used to stir this up in the morning with a canoe paddle. I say primitive, I mean primitive. We soon ran out of space, of course, and moved to a large room in the casualty department, which lasted us, I suppose, for a few months before it wasn't big enough. And we extended the space available by using a balcony outside the window of this building, and a step ladder was introduced to allow us to go through the window and down the other side. But it worked. Eventually, the system developed, and we had a proper dialysis unit, which served us for many, many years. And we had children there as well as adults. We worked with, by this time we had a lot of super nurses, many of whom are still here. And it was an enormous pleasure every day coming into work. I met Stewart as a colleague, but I also met these nurses who were super people, who actually did the dialysis and knew rather a lot about it. Anyway, Stewart and I, clearly, as I said, worked together, but that work was complementary and never competitive. I wasn't in the same league as him in the academic field, and so didn't compete with him. But we had, I was joint author of many of his papers, and we saw each other pretty regularly. We actually did board rounds together sometimes, and some of you may remember the Philpott files, which were a series of BBC programs about what was going on in different parts of medicine. They did one on cardiovascular surgery in guys, and they also did renal disease. And I thought I might amuse you by showing you this.
Ask you for a happy
I had quite a good weekend.
Fine. He was in 3 weeks ago with pericarditis, and he's really getting over this now. He's been warned that we don't think there are many more months in his kidneys, and that sooner or later we'll have to find a transplant. You know that, do you not? And Mr. Bjork's actually been up and had a look at him and regards him as a suitable recipient, as it were.
Have we tissue typed?
We've tissue typed him. He's not a very difficult tissue type.
We've got 3 single figure antigens.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's not bad at all.
It's not at all bad.
Well, just
No.
about as common as you can get.
I'm afraid to terribly ordinary.
Terribly ordinary. If this came, it pays to be ordinary.
I think it all came as a bit of a shock to you, didn't it? I think the fact that things were as bad as this.
Oh, I think I've made up my mind to have one if
Have a
when
go.
it becomes necessary. Yeah.
Very good.
But at the moment, he's holding his own quite well. He's certainly holding his own on the figures here and on the urinary volume. So, you know, I would hope that we could buy him a few months at least while he sorts himself out and we sort ourselves out. He's capable.
As you can see, we weren't quiet. Another thing which we introduced was a series of weekly meetings with different specialties. And these meetings involved an X-ray meeting, which was usually chaired by Hugh Saxton, but involved the people working on the adult side of the renal unit and also the pediatric side. And there was one about nuclear medicine, which Also the founding member is here, Mike Maisie. The renal histopathology, led by a number of different pathologists. And these meetings were superb education for junior members of the firm and for senior members for that matter. I think became well known and were quite popular by research fellows, clinical fellows from overseas who came to visit us. Now, it also brought us in some absolutely magnificent SHOs with that reputation. And they included a number of names of people you've heard of. One Andy Rees, Patrick Vallance, Steve Powis, Mark Walport, John Bell, Patrick Maxwell, all people who are huge figures in medicine here still. And having them on the firm was fun too. And I can remember thinking about, gosh, he knows a lot about that. I wonder how you do this. It was very good indeed. I became a consultant in '69, and it was then that we had our first case of hepatitis, Australian antigen hepatitis B. And at that time, the Australian antigen test wasn't for infected but asymptomatic patients. That test wasn't available. The disease was pretty awful. It spread through the patients, through the staff, medical, nursing, technical, and so on. I kept a list of infected people whose names I knew. It came to over 100. And amongst these were Stewart, Andy Rees, Mick Buick, who was our transplant surgeon. And I was particularly upset when agency nurses were infected because these girls were often from overseas, because these people were infected and unable to work, and the hospital wouldn't give them sick pay because they were officially appointed by the agency who sent them to us. And amongst the people who did get, who got it, were Stewart, Andy Rees, and Mick Buick. And Mick infected his wife as well. But nobody died. But Stewart had a nasty bout and was off for 3 or 4 months. And Michael Bolton-Jones and I, Michael Bolton-Jones is our registrar, didn't get much sleep for 3 or 4 months. And all this talk about doctor's hours seems a bit futile. We got some advice as to how to manage it from John Goldsmith, who worked in Liverpool and who had originally worked at Guy's, not in the renal unit, but elsewhere in Guy's. We asked him to tell us how we should handle this epidemic, and with the help of the Australian antigen test, we took his advice to change from keel dialyzers to disposable dialyzers, to separate infected patients, obviously, from different areas, from patients who weren't infected, pushed transplantation as hard as we possibly could, and also encouraged patients to go on to CAPD and out of hospital, of course. I spent a lot of time trying to raise money for dialysis equipment and to increase public awareness of the need to expand the renal services. We transplanted as many patients as possible, and Mick Buick was incredible with his energy. Mind-bending when he'd tell you, you come in the morning and he'd tell you what he'd done last night. It was mind-bending. The unit just grew progressively bigger, and I became clinical director. We were joined by Gwyn Williams and later by Steve Sachs. Jeff Coffin joined us, and was later, was full of energy, and he's here too. He's vast. He'll be talking to you later and will tell you about what he did. But later he was joined by John Taylor, who, between them, they introduced double transplantation for people with diabetes and renal failure. A magnificent success. Now, Stewart's coronary heart disease and eventual retirement were a great loss to all us guys. Shortly after his move to Cumbria, Margot became ill, and he was unable to leave her, which, for someone of his energy and activity, was pretty catastrophic. And he found that the internet was the only way he could speak to the rest of the world. But one of the things he did was to try and see if I was a proper Scotsman. And produced a lot of research into my family tree and discovered things about which I knew nothing. But I was very grateful and fascinated. Stewart and I kept in regular contact for the rest of his life. In fact, we were expecting him to lunch 3 or 4 days before he died. So when I say I've known him for 50 years, that's what I meant. Anyway, it was a great pleasure to work with him. Sorry to have seen him gone.
Chisholm, thank you very much. The one image that came into my mind, I don't think I've ever seen Chisholm in a kilt. So if such a photograph is available, Gay, I think we would pay a lot of money for that. But Chisholm, thank you very much. And as John said in some of his introductory remarks, Stewart and actually the guys certainly was a family. And that's been a really important part, not just of the development of renal medicine here, but really development of the entire organisation. And very lucky to have Penny Powers, who's now going to talk to us, I think, with Diana Sale online. So, John, do you want to introduce this?
Hello, Di. I wonder if she can hear us. No, Di can't hear us. Oh, no.
Use the mic, the handheld mic, so it's on the table.
It's on mute. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Yay! Technology.
I thought it would be a good idea for us to talk about this question of the renal family, and that who better to do that and lead our discussion than two people who were there in the early days as nurses. So welcome to Di Sale online there. You've really seen her in the context of the tradition of nephrology for nurses, and to Penny Powis. Let me just say at the very beginning that there are two folk who particularly are desperately disappointed they could not be here with us today, two of the very important senior figures of renal nursing, Jackie Brown and Liz Winder, both of whom, because of their personal circumstances, are just unable to either be here with us or join online. So what I thought we'd do is hear a little from Di and Penny of their thoughts about the renal family and how it developed at Guy's, and then we'll move on and perhaps involve all of us in a short discussion on this. So Di, would you like to start and just give us your thoughts on what was special about the renal family here?
Yeah, certainly, of course. I was a sister on the renal unit at Guy's Hospital in the 1970s, ages ago now, when the renal unit then consisted of Bostock House as the hemodialysis unit for adults and children, a separate unit for dialysing patients who were hepatitis B positive, Ashley Cooper, and acute dialysis carried out on the intensive care units. Stewart and Chisholm created an effective yet informal renal unit, which Stewart often referred to, as you say, the renal family. This family included everyone, nurses, doctors, patients, who were all on first aid terms, which wasn't always approved by the powers to be at Guy's. We formed long-term relationships with our patients and their families, resulting in a strong and supportive team working together. Our patients were very much partners in their care, and as a result, they were very, very well informed. Sometimes when they were admitted to other parts of the hospital, they were described as challenging, as they knew so much about their condition. Stewart and Chisholm trusted and empowered the nurses to run the haemodialysis unit and also manage the acute dialysis across the hospital. This was possibly one of the very first nurse-run units in the UK. But to do this effectively, it required strong clinical nursing leadership, which we had in Jackie Baldwin and latterly in Liz Winder. We gained skills such as taking bloods, inserting fistula needles, which in the 1970s were not generally part of the nurse's everyday care. We taught the patients how to manage their dialysis prior to them dialysing at home. And once they were at home, one of us was always on call to support and help them with dialysis problems. With the Guy's School of Nursing, we developed the first English National Board renal course for nurses. This attracted nurses from all over the country, many of whom continued to work on the unit for many years to come. Stewart and Chisholm created this unique clinical environment in which everyone was valued. I must agree with Chisholm that going to work was a joy, an experience none of us have ever forgotten.
Guy, thank you very much. And now Penny's going to add some thoughts of her own to that.
I joined Astley Cooper in November 1981. Things had moved on a bit and the hospital sort of accepted the first name terms. We weren't regarded as quite so odd. But it was a completely different place to work. It was gloriously refreshing. Everybody was treated as equals, well, almost equal. Gladys, the dialysis unit cook, was definitely the most valuable. But within the team as a nurse, I trained at Guy's and done 9 months cardiothoracics, and roles are very traditional. In my first week on the ward, there was a ward round, and I was summoned to the ward round because the patient I was looking after had expressed a desire to end his treatment. So I went to offer charts and things. No, I was asked my opinion on what we should do about treating the patient. In the 1980s, this just didn't happen. I was a junior staff nurse, and my opinion was valued. Everybody's opinion was valued, whether it was technicians or social workers or dietitians. And when you're trusted to get on and do your job, you have to honor that trust. So we developed skills to fill the gaps. So renal patients had joined a club they didn't want to be members of, but they joined for life. And Stewart and Chisholm had established this amazing family that was going to support them. And families never let each other down. So if they were ill, they came into Astley Cooper. And by this stage, we didn't outlie people on other wards. They weren't trusted to look after our patients. So the day before discharge, you might be allowed to go and spend the night on another ward. But if you were ill, you came into Astley Cooper. And I remember days when we had a day room full of beds, we had them stacked down the middle of the ward, we had the night sisters asking what we were going to do, but you did it. And you had to know when not to do things. You had to know when it was not safe to do it. So you had to work out which patients you could not do observations or things on so that you could spend your time looking after the ones that needed you. This didn't happen elsewhere. Roles were very prescribed. You either loved it and you thrived on it, or you moved on. I loved it. This for me was what nursing and medicine should be about. It was about joint care. Patients would arrive on the ward and say, I feel like I've come home. Because we knew them, we knew their name, we knew their family, we knew what job they did, and it was absolutely wonderful. But also, Chisholm and Stewart had taught us how to have fun. So the Christmas fancy dress party was legendary. Everybody came, literally everybody. The technicians cleared the dialysis unit, which fortunately was in back surgery around the back of casualty, and therefore didn't make much noise. The rest of the hospital couldn't hear you. The nurses generally did the cooking, and then we parted. And I think it was, somebody showed me some pictures of one of the parties. They were amazing. Everyone was on an equal footing, and that's an amazing way to work together. We were lucky. We came to work, we had fun, and we loved it.
Just before we open up the discussion, I thought we'd hear what Stewart thought about it. So I've got a few clips for you from an interview in 2017, and at the beginning of it, he's describing what he learned from working with John Butterfield.
And I also learnt so much about assembling teams of people and having a group which essentially operated as a family, and simple things that don't seem to have penetrated in some areas very far. And I got most of that from John. When we were working for John, he didn't just go off to the meetings. If he could find money for it, and in those days, of course, things were much easier than they are now, we all went. And we went as a team and as a group, the technicians, the trainees, the established investigators, the lot. And we all had to work for it. We had to present something. That was part of the deal.
And that was the model you consciously adopted when you got your
I adopted that model very consciously, and it worked like a bomb. I felt that this was the only way that one could have a team, would be to have a team which could relate to each other as a family, and who actually liked each other and liked working with each other, and was not on a basis of rivalry, but on a basis of cooperation and actual liking or even love. And it's I got that from John Butterfield too, which was terribly, terribly important.
Lovely.
We should have some more on that clip, Andrew. We should have two
Jumping
more
forward
pieces.
slightly, and I were called in by matron and reprimanded and told absolutely we must not do this. When we hummed and hawed and said yes, we'd be good boys, and went on doing what we'd done before. The lack of hierarchy, as far as we could have one. Knowledge was always respected, but I suppose we had a hierarchy. You have to have one. Somebody finally has to take the responsibility. But one thing we did push purely for practical reasons was nurse empowerment. I mean, there was simply more than, say, 2 of us or 3 of us could handle as doctors. I mean, the nurses had to do all these things they weren't allowed to do. And we were down seeing matron again, saying, why were the nurses in the unit taking blood, putting needles into places they shouldn't even know existed? And it was purely practical. I mean, we didn't have any mission, but we basically started a nurse-run dialysis unit because there was no other possibility of having it any other way.
Perhaps we should open it up to the floor for a minute. Does anyone else want to add to this discussion before we hear again from Di and Penny? Any thoughts on their memories or what was particular about the arrangements that were set up here? I cannot believe this particular 100 people are diffident. It's amazing. Steve Powis, can we get a microphone, can we please, Amy? Just a reminder to not to speak till the microphone's in your hand. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Well, Chisholm's described the SHOs at the unit, and it was really a revelation coming to Guy's as an SHO. And I well remember shortly after we started, I'm sure Chisholm did this with everybody, Chisholm bringing us into his office and telling us in no uncertain terms that the nurses ran the unit. We were dispensable, but the nurses weren't. And as long as we spent the next 6 months listening to what the nurses told us to do, we would do just fine. But what we mustn't do is upset them or cause any sort of fracas or anything between opinion. They were family, they knew what they were doing, and that was it.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Jeff Copman.
So I arrived in 1985, and within the first week, I was challenged by one of the staff nurses about my fluid management of the patient or clinical plan for the patient. And this was a bit of a shock because we didn't do this in Manchester. And I had to take stock of this and work out whether what she said was better than what I'd said, and it probably was. And so I said, okay, right, well, we'll go with the plan, your plan, and I discussed that with Penny, I think, who was senior person, and she said, no, she's very good, this nurse. She knows what she's talking about, implying that I didn't really know what I was talking about. But that was my introduction to the unit, and it wasn't so much a challenge, it was just advice, really, the right thing to do. So I learned quickly in those days.
Cyril Chandler.
One day, I was on Bostock House and looking after a patient of mine, and who began to fit on dialysis. Well, I had no idea what to do because I didn't know how to dialyse a child. No, I was the consultant. And so Liz Winder just said to a nurse, get some Valium, got some Valium, injected it into the dialysis machine. Child stopped fitting, and she carried on talking to me as though nothing had happened. And when it was over and I was leaving, she said, oh, by the way, Cyril, don't forget to write up the Valium.
I think another hand.
Yeah, Peggy Meredith. I was on Ashley Cooper ward. Yeah, we worked hard, and Ashley Cooper, it was the most extraordinary place to work, to be respected. And very often over, regrettably, bank holiday weekends with car accidents, one will get a multitude of kidney transplants, inevitably. And one particular really busy weekend. And so we couldn't leave the ward and go and have a meal break. So there was a coffee, or a line of coffee cups, on the desk. And the nursing officer walked in and said, oh, what is that? The inevitable was, well, it's a cup of coffee. There was just no way. The respect that we had was just absolutely great. And yeah, we did. We worked hard. It was a good place to be. Influenced a huge number of nurses for the rest of our lives, clinically.
Bob Sells. I think, is it Bob? Yes, it is.
I was a surgeon in amongst all that, and it was a wonderful thing because surgery at Guy's was a rather uniform place to be, and it was wonderful, the atmosphere of the family, which we've heard about. And actually for a surgeon to be there absorbing a lot of the physiology on the hoof, so to speak, was actually had quite I hope, a beneficial effect on my subsequent career. But it was also, you mentioned politics. We were sitting in the coffee room at the back, and I may have got this wrong, through the lens of old age and immunosuppressive, things do get a bit muddled up occasionally. But I remember Harold Wilson had just paid a cancellation fee to McDonnell Douglas to reverse an order for 50 F-111 variable geometry winged fighters. Stewart, within, I would say, 2 seconds, said, that money could pay for all the dialysis machines we need in this country for the next 10 years. And to his credit, Callahan, I think, succeeded Wilson. One of the first things he did, because the message had got through, was to order immediately 250 hemodialysis machines.
I'm conscious of time, and I wanted to go back to Di, Because we were talking about empowerment, and Stewart empowered you to start writing. He got you onto a book. How did that happen?
Well, actually, his family and my would-be husband and I were on Gozo Island in the Mediterranean. For some reason, we ended up on the same island at the same time. God knows why. And he suggested that the nephrology for nurses needed to be updated. And would I like to do it? Apart from the fact I'd never written anything apart from sort of English at O level. And so I listened to what he said and I thought, well, I'll give it a go. But he was inspirational. He was so good at teaching me how to do it, how to get it right, he's an inspiring man, but he really helped me enormously with that. And I will never, ever forget it, because later in life, I went on and I have published, I think it's about 8 or 9 books now. So it was the beginning of something for me that I would never have dreamt of in a million years until Stewart suggested it and empowered me to do it. He was an amazing person, absolutely amazing.
I'm conscious of time. I think there was one more hand at the back, was there? Did I see a hand going up? And forgive me, I can't see who it is in the shadows.
Robin Stott. Hello. I was a young doctor who was slightly disillusioned with medicine because of the attitudes of many of my colleagues and the way that medicine was practiced. And I really wondered whether this was the right place for me to be. And I came to, I forgot what date it was now actually, it must have been about 1970. I came as a registrar to the renal unit, and I discovered that you could combine science, compassion, humanity, and proper medicine all together. And it was revelatory to me and really set me on my path, and I learnt a lot from it, and I hope managed to do something the same in my career. So thank you, Stewart, and thank you, the renal unit.
Just before we wrap up this session, Penny is going to, I think.
Our relationship with the patient wasn't just one way. We didn't just look after them. When it was chaotic, the patients picked that up.
Yeah.
And they would do the tea round. They would tell us when the drips were running out. They'd say the manual PD bucket's about to overflow. And they'd make us coffee. And on night duty, you got coffee and Welsh rabbit. They would save the stuff from the trolley and make you supper. But we missed them when they died. And they were family. So in the bottom drawer in the office was a bottle of sherry. And when we'd hand it over to the night shift, we would go into the office, glass of sherry with an ice cube, and you left all your memories, you cemented your memories, but you left them behind. On a Friday, the team would go to the pub. You did the same. It was about putting together all the things that had happened, all your sadnesses, all your memories, and then you left it behind and you went home and you lived your life. That's how you cope with it.
Perfect way to end this. Thank you very much.
One of the unusual aspects of the renal family was it was a unitary family. And the mix of physicians and surgeons was unusual, certainly in my experience when I was training. But that was something that really made the renal unit guide special. So it's a great pleasure to ask Jeff Kaufman to give some reflections, particularly on that family, but also particularly around transplantation. Jeff.
So in the interests of public participation in this talk, I'd just like to have a show of hands for who of you is or has been a transplant surgeon in this room? So I have 2 options now. One is I leave, and the other one is I talk for an hour to redress the balance. Probably you'd be better off if I left now, but I'm not going to. So I came to the unit from a unit that I loved. I thought Manchester was a great place. I thought the nephrology care was first rate. I'm really pleased to see Netta Malik here after many years, even though he didn't recognize me. I'll forgive him. I came to a unit which was extraordinary. I had been warned when I was thinking of applying for this job. I asked Netta's advice, and he said, it's a good place. Got very good people. They've got Chisholm Ogg, who's a first-rate clinician. They've got the professor who's interesting. He said, I saw him recently at Westminster advising the government about the future of nephrology and dialysis care in this country. And he said he was wearing open-toed sandals, shorts, and he had long hair and possibly had a band round his head as well. He said, so he's a very interesting character. I guess he didn't want to bias me to try and keep me in Manchester. He was keen to see me move out, which I did. But I'm slightly intimidated about, not only with the audience here, many of you who know Stewart or did know Stewart extremely well. I came in 1985 here, and Stewart had already been a consultant and professor and leader of the unit for 20 years. And he left the unit about 15 years after I arrived. So the period of crossover, for me, I looked at it like this. He was at the peak of his power, and is an internationally famous clinician. I definitely wasn't at the peak of my power. That happened quite a lot later, after I'd retired, I think. I want to try and capture the essence of Stewart and his contribution to transplantation. It wasn't by the time I got there, it wasn't one of his major interests, but I think in the early phase, the early 15 years, it certainly was very much part, and he had some significant research projects and pieces of work, publications. I guess more than a handful of the 500 publications were to do with transplantation. And I'm fortunate enough to have some of those, which I want to just show you later on. I loved that last presentation. It absolutely epitomized what this unit was about. It was an open, friendly unit. And I thought, actually, when I first arrived, I'd come to the wrong place. So let's just move on to, I thought I'd try and enumerate why I think Stewart was such an outstanding doctor. John's already talked really beautifully about it. But I thought Stewart was a great person, a great clinician. The best thing about him was he was from outside the Guy's typical consultant group, as I was, and later on Gwyn Williams was as well. And there was some comfort in that. There was a problem, standing up in front of 100 Guy's people and hearing myself talking with a broad Manchester accent. I had to stop and try and listen to what I sounded like. But Stewart had wonderful intellect, and he had certain integrity that he would not claim to be true anything that he didn't have the data for, the knowledge of. He was open-minded. Most important thing about him, although he was of Guy's, he trained here and was a consultant, that wasn't his world. His world was starting at Guy's, but going outside, the UK, Europe, the world. That's the sphere in which he moved. And there aren't many clinicians, even the eminent ones in this room, who can say the same thing. He was an outstanding person. He had amazing knowledge, brilliant memory. So every ward round that we went on, and we went on quite a lot, and they lasted quite a long time. There's only one person who's been able to emulate the length of Stewart's ward rounds, and he's sitting over there. but each one was like a tutorial for me, until round about hour 3 or 4, when I began to be really tired. I had to sit down or maybe get in a spare bed next door to the patient. He was a wonderful communicator with colleagues and patients. He was very good looking. He had a wonderful voice. A voice was almost hypnotic. I noticed in the earlier clips, he seemed to have a London accent, a bit of a Cockney accent. But by the time I met him, he had a lovely, a slightly Scottish accented voice. I thought that helped him in his career. Yes, I'll go to the next one. So this is just to introduce. I mean, people have already talked about this, but with Richard Batchelor and John Trounce, Richard being a very eminent immunologist and John Trounce being professor of clinical pharmacology, I think, but before my time. But they, with Stewart, who was comparatively newcomer, they supported him in the application for a transplant unit at Guy's. They got a lot of, and Frank Ellis was the surgical input to that unit. Frank Ellis was an eminent surgeon, not dedicated to transplantation by any means. And they were responsible for setting up the unit. They had a lot of advice from eminent people like Roy Kahn, John Najarian, and Fred Belzer about renal preservation. The achievement for all that was a 2-bedded unit on Astley Cooper. Not much to show, you might think, but that was small beginnings led to great things. There was a slowish start. There were about 100 cases reached after about 5 years, with actually very good outcomes. I think there's 50% 5-year graft and patient survival, which was very good compared to European data. But the main thing that struck me about all this was the ethos that Penny has so eloquently described. And Chisholm also, the joint meetings with nuclear medicine, radiology, histopathology, which I tried to go to, and the meeting with pediatric nephrologists. They were just really good for team spirit. The visiting professors, that's why I've shown this, with a younger and even more handsome Andy Rees came to visit us. I've forgotten exactly when it was, Andy. Could you shout out? Is it 90?
It's in the middle 90s.
Middle 90s, yeah. And all the team were there, and these were very well conceived by Stewart. There were not only nephrologists, but transplant surgeons came. Robert Sells came from Liverpool and was a great visiting professor. These events were enjoyed by all the juniors, and we broke records for the amount of alcohol that was drunk as well. And one other thing, we had something I've never seen before in any units I've worked in. We had summit meetings, which were meetings where all the consultants that working on the unit, so they even allowed surgeons, but we hardly ever went, but they did. And these were held in somebody's house. Of course, when I arrived at Guy's, most of the consultants were quite established and had quite nice houses. I'd come from Manchester, and the houses are worth about a third of the amount of money that were for here. And, my house was too big and too old, and we could only afford to renovate it one room a year. So it was quite embarrassing for me to welcome my colleagues to come to my house, but nobody said anything nasty about it, or nobody offered to help me decorate. So people have alluded to the fact that there was a big, very strong link, and it persists now, with the paediatric unit. To start with, as Chisholm said, in 1968, the first transplant was done, but it was done, I think, on the adult, based on the adult unit. As a teenager. When Cyril Chandler arrived, with, I think, quite a lot of constructive assistance from Stewart and Chisholm, and this persisted for a long time, and relationships, clinical and social, were very close. But Cyril's hard work and influence and eloquence led to the evolution of a separate unit. It's the first children's unit dedicated in the UK, and it became the biggest unit in the UK a short time later. All the clinical meetings that we had were joint, and one thing I just wanted to point out was the excellent transition clinic for teenagers. This is not gender transition, you understand. This is transition from child to adult unit, and it was shown to be exceptionally good for patients, for the children. They were much more compliant if they had this gentle handover, sometimes over a period of a year or more, when they were seen both by paediatric nephrologists and adult nephrologists. And they had fun at those. The transplant surgical team, which was mostly me to start with, but became much larger, was the same as for the adult team. To move on, so the hero of the early years of transplantation wasn't Frank Ellis, although he did a marvellous job. It was Mick Buick. Now, Mick's still alive, is a bit of a recluse. He was invited to come and talk or come and be in the audience, but he didn't feel up to it. I went round to see him and took this photograph recently, and he hadn't really changed that much. He was very, very interested in how the unit was gone. He had a very high opinion of Chisholm and Stewart. He realised, he emphasised to me something I already knew, which was there was a great team of the master clinician, Chisholm, who was probably the best clinician I've ever worked with, and I've worked with some really good ones. And Stewart, who was the longest ward round. That's about it. So Mick was so hardworking. Chisholm was right. He was unbelievable. He invited me to come and stay with him for 3 days when I was looking at coming to take over the job here. So I went and stayed at his house, and I spent all 3 days with him out on the road, doing what he did, watching what he did. I think he was trying to put me off. So he worked 15 hours. We got up at 6. We got in for supper at 9. Each of those days we visited 6 units where transplants were being done, not just guys, not just paediatrics, King's, Canterbury, Brighton, and St Helier. And he had a little private practice as well in the West End of London. So he saw all those, every group of patients, and probably fitted in a couple of transplants, certainly on 1 or 2 days. It's just amazing. I thought I might not take this job, but if I do, I am going to have to try and emulate Mick. He was so good at obtaining kidneys that Guy's became known as the black hole, where all kidneys disappeared into and were never seen again. And this was done, to me, this seemed a bizarre way to live and a bizarre way to deal with kidneys. There was no sharing scheme. It was all a choice, often by him, but often by the rest of the team joining in. It wasn't necessarily based on tissue matching. But I thought, I'm going to have to embrace this, and I did. And I was appointed in 1985, and I was fortunate that a bit later on, the rules changed. There was a review by Netta Malik about where transplantation units should be. So instead of having 6 units in the southeast, that was reduced to 2. And that did 2 things. One, it rationalised transplant surgery. It encouraged sharing, and it did something else, but I've forgotten at the moment. And what also happened is the retrieval teams were changed so that there were official retrieval teams instead of just either Mick or myself going out for kidneys. This was done by centralised teams. So our jobs became slightly easier, although the transplant numbers increased rapidly. Later on, John Scoble and Lisa Burnap and I promoted a huge expansion of living donor transplantation. We copied the Norway protocol, and John was leading that, but it was extremely successful. We increased the numbers more than tenfold, number of live donor transplants. We were doing about between 5 and 10 a year, and we put that up to about 100 within 2 or 3 years. The rest of the country was really impressed by our results, and everybody's adopted that now. John Taylor came to work with me in 1995. He'd worked with Robert Sells in Liverpool and they produced the first kidney pancreas transplants for diabetics. They used a different technique from what we use. They used just the head of the tail of the pancreas, body and tail of pancreas, which was a very difficult operation. And we chose to do whole organ transplantation, which was an impossible thing to do, virtually. But that's what we persisted with, and we got good results. I think we didn't lose a pancreas or a kidney for at least the first 10 or 20 cases. And that's become a regular practice in the UK. And we're one of the 6 pancreas transplant centres. This was supported by the physicians, but not enthusiastically. There are now 11 consultant transplant surgeons in the Guy's unit, replacing the 2 that we had with John and myself, and we're doing about 300 transplants a year. So I was given a bundle of research papers that Alison and John found in Stewart's home up in Cumbria, and I picked a few just to show you the breadth of interest of Stewart and the amazing things that were going on. So there's a Lancet article in 1970 talking about immunological enhancement of human kidney grafts. In fact, they had 1 case. And I think enhancement means creating tolerance. So it means you can do the transplant, give treatment at the beginning, and then stop or significantly reduce immunosuppressive treatment. And that's what they did. Richard Batchelor was brilliant immunologist, and Chisholm was not such a good immunologist. And Stewart was something in between, I think. Anyway, they had one successful case. And I haven't actually seen many publications over the years about this exact technique, but people have been trying to produce tolerance of grafts by early treatment and then reduction in immunosuppression. It has been a major feature. I think this was one of the very first publications on that. Just like to go to 1985, where David Tao and team, including Stewart, successfully removed and prevented resynthesis of anti-HLA antibodies. This allowed reduction in immunosuppression and theoretically could have led to animal, non-human transplantations into patients. I think that was first in the world, that publication. Then, more dear to Stewart's opinions, the BMJ showing that low-dose steroids was just as good as high-dose steroids, and children and adults did not need to suffer the side effects and mortality from high-dose steroids. And finally, the British Medical Journal, 1983, showing that elderly patients who were severely restricted from receiving transplants. I think when I was in Manchester, I remember we did not transplant many diabetics, if any, and we didn't transplant patients over 60 or 65. I think it was 60. Whereas Stewart felt strongly, and he was right to do that, that elderly patients, if they could show that their results were just as good as anybody else, they don't need to ration them. And in fact, they did prove that. And I think that was a very important meeting, a very important publication. It's been a theme of Stewart's publications over the years. And finally, Stewart's legacy. I just wanted to focus on the photograph for a minute, because I think this is a brilliant picture of happy people. And can we identify them all? Well, we can see Chisholm, Joe, Edu, David, I think, pulling a silly face. And that, I'm assured, is John Bell. No, it's not Patrick Maxwell. It's John Bell. And that's Guy, and that is a chap called Tony Filchers. And then Liz Winder and Val Bass and Stewart and Gwyn. So this was a world-class renal and transplant unit. It was open, friendly, and all voices were heard, whether you wanted to hear them or not. Stewart managed to pursue and inspire people to pursue significant areas of research and development. He was an inspiration to me and many, many colleagues, as we've heard. I think one of the endearing things about him, most of his efforts were to provide better treatment for patients rather than to expand his already massive portfolio CV. Just one story before I finish. Ian's trying to move me on here. No? Good. I used to go running with Stewart, who did cross-country running. Not cross-country, we did long-distance running. And we did the London half marathon a couple of times. I did it with him. We ran together. And I was thinking, well, he's 12 years older than me, I'll have to slow down and take it easy and, you know, let him beat me maybe. But it was me that was staggering behind him, trying to keep up. And also, the other remarkable thing was I was getting renal physiology tutorials during the 2 hours that it took us to do it. And I thought, well, how come he's so good at running? You know, what he does, I've never seen him, apart from the odd time we've been out together. You know, he's not run many marathons, but maybe he had done some. But I thought I hit on the answer. The answer for his stamina and endurance was the renal ward rounds. It all came to me in a flash, and then I thought, I have another colleague and great friend who's now chief exec at Guy's, and I know Ian's done 2 full marathons, and nobody believed that he would actually be able to do 1. They weren't at the same time, they were separate. And then it dawned on me again. The reason, the renal ward round. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. And you know, fantastic development of transplantation at Guy's, and I think we have to recognise just what Jeff did personally with colleagues to, I think, develop the best transplant unit, if not in this country, probably the world. So that was often also developments in paediatric nephrology. We've heard a bit about paediatric transplantation, but I think Cyril Chandler is going to tell us a bit about Stewart and paediatric nephrology. Cyril.
Well, thank you very much. When I first came to Guy's, this was a bomb site where you're sitting now, and certainly when Stewart and Chisholm came here. Then it became a refectory. Then it became McDonald's, which I thought was rather good being a paediatrician, but the public health implications were pointed out to me later on. And then it became down here the students' bar. I don't want to worry you, but in the 1990s, the water main in St Thomas's Street exploded. And the new students' bar, which we put quite a lot of money into as the medical school, flooded to a depth of 6 feet. Anyhow, you know where the exits are, but I'm not sure the lift will work under those circumstances. Nephrology is a relatively new speciality, but then I guess most are. But according to Wikipedia, the first nephrology association was founded in Paris in 1949, followed by the Renal Association in the United Kingdom in 1950. And it's to the Renal Association we owe a lot of the organisation today, so thank you. It was founded by Arthur Osmond, who was a physician at Guy's, who Stewart probably met because he retired in 1957 and Stewart was within 2 years of qualification then. But because being Stewart, even if he didn't meet him, he wrote the memoir on him in 1997, which describes the foundation. He wasn't therefore at the beginning of nephrology in this country, but Stewart was at the beginning of paediatric nephrology. And the background is explained on this slide, which is from the archives of the International Paediatric Nephrology Association. I'm sorry they've misspelled his name, but I wasn't able to alter that. There were a number of clinicians and researchers who had been interested in the kidney in childhood, and they were concerned, and particularly Henry Barnett from the Albert Einstein in New York, was concerned about the use of difficult, dangerous drugs without proper clinical trials in children, particularly children with the nephrotic syndrome. And Henry Barnett came to London, to the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, to do a sabbatical in 1967. And he met up with a number of people who were interested, one of whom was Stewart. And And that's a picture of them at the first meeting in 1966 or 67. Now, Stewart, you can see he's there. And that's Dick White, and that's Henry Barnett. And that is Rennie Habib, who was to become the most famous renal pathologist in the world from the Hôpital des Hommes from Millard. Dick White was 10 years older than Stewart, and he'd trained at Great Ormond Street. He got interested in doing liver biopsies. Then he got interested in doing kidney biopsies, which he learned from Professor de Wardener at Charing Cross. And Dick introduced needle biopsy into children with renal disease. As an aside, renal biopsy being pioneered by Robert Clark, who was in Chicago. He was from South Africa. He was a very good rugby player, played for the guys' rugby team in the middle of the front row, and he looked like that. And but I remember as a student here in 1962, Robert Clark doing a lecture on liponephrosis, explaining renal biopsy material. And at that time, I didn't really understand anything about kidney disease because there was something called Ellis type 1 and type 2 nephritis, which I see Keith nodding. He probably understood it, but I didn't understand it at all. But I did understand what Robert Clark had to say, and it was a sort of beginning of interest for me. But of course, it was also very much Stewart's area. And we've heard from Chisholm that he was doing renal biopsies in children. Well, he probably learned that from Dick, because most of us did, though I would like to say, as a houseman here in '64, I'd assisted him, but I didn't. I just sort of watched him do it, but he was very good. But he left here in 1965 to go to Birmingham. Now, at that time, to be a paediatrician, you had to pass membership in adult medicine. And so I found myself years later as an SHO at the Whittington Hospital. And I've watched how renal biopsy was done by Dick White. But at the Whittington, it wasn't done like that at all. My boss, who was actually a very good doctor, would ask the patient to lie on his tummy, and then he would light a cigarette, which he then put in the patient's ashtray. And then he would do the renal biopsy. And after a while, I said to him, "Excuse me, sir, but why do you light a cigarette before you do a renal biopsy?" He said, "It's an essential part of the technique." He said, "You can do damage when you do a renal biopsy, so you mustn't go on doing it for too long." He said, "So it's an egg timer." Maybe that's why I went into paediatrics. I don't know. Anyhow, I think it was about then that I first met Stewart, 1964, and it had nothing to do with nephrology. He was the director of the residence play, along with Mark Rake, a residence play in which I played somebody called Rex Lorry, who was a surgeon who always looked about 18, even to the day he retired. And so the theme was that he'd sold his soul to the senior physician, Dr. Hardwick, who was the devil, and the play was called Dr. Houstus. Anyhow, Stewart, yes, so Stewart was the director of that. To go on back to paediatric nephrology, this is the first meeting of what became known as the International Paediatric Nephrology Association. It was in Mexico in 1968, and it coincided with the meeting of the International Study of Kidney Disease in Children, which Dick White and Rennie Habib and Stewart were working on doing these trials of cyclophosphamide and various things in nephrotic syndrome. Stewart is hardly recognizable if it weren't for his knees. The European Society for Paediatric Nephrology had its first meeting in Glasgow in 1967. And Stewart is in the back row there. He's next to Henry Barnett. Dick White is smoking a pipe, which he often did then, not when he was doing a renal biopsy. And Rennie Habib, of course, is at the front, which is right and proper. So that was 1967. The dialysis and transplant programme, as we've heard, started here in 1966. And this is a paper from archives in 1971. And you can see who wrote it. And by the end of 1970, there have been 11 children treated, 6 have been transplanted, and one of them, Stewart will remember because she's still alive. I think she's had 3 transplants. And when we had the 50th anniversary a year or 2 ago, she was there, which is, I think, quite remarkable. The first meeting that I ever got to was at Heidelberg in 1970. And there is Stewart, there, and there's Reni Habib. I'm somewhere in the bushes, I think. But it was at that meeting that I managed to persuade Dr. Malcolm Holliday from San Francisco to allow me to spend a year there, and Stewart was very helpful in that, in introducing me to Mac Holliday. So there's Stewart at Heidelberg in 1970, and it was about that time that a very senior physician here, Dr. Mann, who was actually a very nice chap, but somewhat old-fashioned, said to me, "We are very lucky, aren't we, to have Dr. Cameron on the staff." I said, "We are indeed, Dr. Mann." He said, "He's very intelligent, isn't he?" I said, "Yes, he's very intelligent." He said, "Yes." He said, "I just wish he'd wear the uniform." Now, any paediatrician will tell you that children are not just small adults, and kidney failure affects their growth and metabolism profoundly, and it puts huge demands on their families. And they also suffer from different kidney pathologies. And modern medicine is about partnership. And the partnership between, as we've heard, the paediatricians here and the renal team in those years was an absolute model. Not least because the way everyone worked together. And I mean everyone, the nurses, the doctors, the technical staff. And there was no shortage of stress, anxiety, and disappointment, as we've heard, and even grief. But there was also a lot of support, and Penny explained it, sharing laughter and just fun. At that time, I didn't realize that the way we worked was unusual, but I've learnt since that selfishness and hierarchy can get in the way of good care. Chisholm and Stewart and the nurses set the example, and it just seemed the natural and easy thing to do. For some years, I was the co-author of a chapter on paediatric dialysis in the main textbook in Europe. Well, I've never dialyzed a child in my life, but I did know about how to work out the kinetics. So I worked out the kinetics of dialysing tiny children, and Liz Winder did it. And so we go to international meetings, and people would come up to me and say, I've got a question to you about dialysing children. I said, go and ask Miss Winder, she's over there. She said, you mean the nurse? I said, yes. I said, she knows how to do it. She said, I don't know how to do it. They thought it was very strange, but for us it was just part of the right way of doing things. And at times I thought we paediatricians spent more time with the nephrologists and the urologists than we did with our fellow paediatricians. We did outpatients at the same time in the same building, 1 floor apart. And we could discuss clinical cases, we could share the care of the adolescents, which is even mentioned. And that's very important. Adolescence is a really dangerous time for children as they transfer into the adult service. They can so often give up their immunosuppression and lose their kidneys. And I think Sue Rigdon, who said, later did a joint clinic with the adult nephrologists for children with genetic diseases, particularly cystinosis. So we were used to working in partnership. This is a slide of the president of the European Society of Nephrology at Cambridge in 1975. I was the secretary, and I was appointed the staff here in 1971, too, and I was not only a new boy, I had nothing like the experience, clinical research that Stewart had. So people would phone up Stewart and ask for advice and refer children to him, and he'd always say, no, you must ask Cyril. And he would never see them. He always said, go and talk to Cyril. So they came and talked to me, and then I phoned up Stewart. But, but he never failed to support me. And but we did have a lot of fun too. This is the IPNA Congress in Helsinki, which was in 1977. And afterwards, my wife Shreen, here, Margot and Stewart, and I went off to a little cottage on a lake in north of Helsinki, where all we had to do was to read, to chat, and to work out what time of the day we should light the sauna. It was a lot of fun. And in fact, it was always fun. And you remember the good times and you cope with the bad times, as we've heard. I have said many times, and you may have heard me say it, that if you wanted to know anything about anything at Guy's, you either had to, in that time, you either had to go to the library, but it was much simpler to ask Stewart. And it wasn't just about nephrology or medicine. And this memory of him, down on his knees in the museum in Cologne, translating the Greek inscription into English. And I said, how do you know that? And he looked at me and said, well, it's always interesting to find out. I mean, isn't it? Well, I don't know. It's just amazing. Stewart was a very modest man with nothing to be modest about.
Cyril, thank you very much. We've got about 10 minutes. Lunch will be served on the first floor. And we've got about an hour for lunch, so time to chat. But we have got about 10 minutes for any additional comments from colleagues or reminiscences around Stewart as the nephrologist. Guy.
I first came to Guy's in 1975 after spending a year in West Germany in the university town of Tübingen, where due to a misunderstanding I ended up training in renal pathology. There are more cinemas per capita in Tübingen than anywhere else. And this was the time of the wonderful renaissance of German cinema with Fassbinder, Wim Wenders, Werner Herzog and so on. So when I came back to England, I knew that no one would know about these wonderful films until I met Stewart. At the first time I met him, he'd seen all these films.
Brilliant. Yes. Yeah, the microphone's coming down, Michael.
My name is Colin Brown, and I was Stewart's houseman, and then when Chiz arrived in 1968. And because they were such a delightful couple, and because it was such great fun sticking peritoneal dialysis catheters into people who arrived in the middle of the night and then telling them about it the following morning without actually having to ring them up. And they just said, well, just get on with it. I then became a registrar and a senior registrar because I wanted to go into renal medicine. And the thing about Stewart, and I've made a few notes here, is that there was a family. But this family was headed by a remarkable and unique man with qualities I've not seen anywhere else. He had intellectual honesty, intellectual integrity, as we've heard, intellectual humility. If he didn't know something, he didn't make it up, he didn't think about it, he said, go somewhere else. and he was completely devoid of any form of intellectual egotism, which I never saw other than Stewart. You saw this around the world, and you will see some of the papers that are written here. First author papers, often his SHO, his registrar, David Powell, Bolton Jones. He never stuck his name at the beginning, although he probably wrote the whole of the paper. He was a doctor, a teacher, a brilliant speaker, a mentor, and a friend to many who knew him. And that's why he was a remarkable and successful collaborator with people around the world. They were the happiest days of my professional life. And moreover, the happiest days of my personal life, because I married the senior sister, Jackie Ball.
Jeff.
I just to change the subject, I forgot to mention something that Mick Buick told me, a story about Chisholm and Stewart working together. They were on a ward round, he was there as well, Buick, and a patient had just had treatment for rejection, very high dose steroids, and his vision had become blurred, and he was very anxious about this. And he asked the clinicians what the problem was and what could be done. Well, Chisholm, being a brilliant clinician, said, yeah, we see this. It's definitely due to the steroids that you've had, and there's nothing serious. It will settle down in all likelihood. And then Stewart said, I wonder what the osmolality of the fluid in the eye is. I think that latter thing really reassured the patient.
Please.
Alan Watson, paediatric nephrologist from Nottingham. I never worked at Guy's, but I want to emphasize how much Stewart was box office. He used to frequent our international meetings, and his duels with Reni Habib, he pointed out, they would often appear on the same photographs, were legendary. So much so that there was a scheduled event where Reni Habib was going to talk about focal sclerosis being an evolving condition, whereas Stewart was going to say, no, it's not, it's two separate entities. And the auditorium was packed, and they waited for Stewart to get to his feet, and he got to his feet and he said, I concede to Reni Habib.
John. Listen, John's up there.
I took over Stewart's salary, should we say, but never obviously worked with him. But in the outpatients, the patients never saw the same doctor. They were always, the notes were put on a pile and you'd pick one off. And there was a lovely patient Chisholm had seen, and a beautiful Chisholm Clarking, and it said she has a dense cataract in her left eye. Now, this patient then saw Stewart the next time as this big green mark down to the bottom and handwritten at the bottom. She's got a glass eye, but was too embarrassed to mention it.
Thanks, John Scoble. I think there was a, yes, one over there.
I'd like to address that a little bit. The story in Astley Cooper, when the team appeared and Chisholm looked at all the notes, looked at the patient, made a diagnosis, anatomical, physiological, pathological, wrote a note in the way that the consultants did, though there was an investigation, and then went out of the ward with the doors swinging behind him. And as he left, the nurse turned to Stewart Cameron and said, gee, is that Stewart Cameron?
Fantastic. Yeah, I think there's a comment in the back row.
Yes, thank you. I'm Sally Tabor, originally from the Adam Brooks Cambridge unit, but I wanted to follow on what Penny and Di said. I was involved with Stewart on the European side, European Dialysis and Transplant Association, but I was on the nursing side. And we decided to do a hepatitis B campaign. And the lack of respect on a nurse coming to the EDTA meeting from the Italians and the Spanish doctors was utterly appalling as to how we could possibly think that we could mention that. But Stewart was amazingly supportive, and we actually went ahead and did it. I just also mention Elizabeth Ward, where Stewart had a lot to do with her, and I'm not sure they had equal respect for each other, but certainly Elizabeth didn't have too much respect for Stewart if he answered her back.
Well, look, on that note, what a fantastic morning. I think John and I would certainly like to thank everyone for their contributions, particularly those that spoke, but also contributions from colleagues, friends in this distinguished audience. So now we've got about an hour for what I hope is going to be an enjoyable lunch. It's up on the first floor, so we'll show you the way to go, and we meet back here at 12:45, if that's okay, to talk about Stewart, the investigator. So thank you very much for the morning.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We are starting a session now about Stewart the Investigator, but before that, Richard Trembath, on behalf of King's, is going to say something.
Well, look, thank you very much, John. Just for those of you who don't know, Richard Trembath, and I hold the role of Senior Vice President for Health and Life Sciences here at King's. I'm also the Executive Director of our academic partnership, King's Health Partners. And it's a real, I'm really pleased and delighted that King's as a university has been able to co-sponsor this event. There are some personal reasons why I'm delighted, and I was just reflecting. So in the year that Stewart was made a professor at Guy's was the very year I arrived as a medical student here. Now, it was actually another 3.5 years before I really saw the colour of Stewart's eyes, and this photograph's quite poignant. So I was doing my integrated BSc in pathology, and there was a weekly seminar series that Stewart fairly religiously would attend at lunchtime on a Wednesday. And this chap turned up, just in case anybody's worried about standards at King's, I'm not wearing a tie in deference to Stewart. Stewart arrived for the seminar looking even, well, actually a little like that. And he came with his Tupperware sandwich box and opened that up. And inside, of course, were his sandwiches. I'm not quite sure who had made them for him. But rather importantly and poignantly was a small Tupperware box. And if you may recall, there used to be, the Ruddles beer used to come in what was a stumpy bottle, which would fit very neatly into a Tupperware box. And Stewart, therefore, got his sandwich out, got the bottle out, cracked it open, and I thought to myself, a clinical academic life, that's what I'm going to pursue. Just if I may, and before introducing the next round of speakers, because we are going to be reflecting on Stewart as an investigator, I was delighted to have a chance to be an SHO on, delighted is probably not the word. I was an SHO, albeit as a locum for 2 months on the unit. Gosh, that was a long 2 months. And so obviously I got to see Stewart in that context. But I was very, very much aware of the contributions he made. And I think it was just a little moment for us to reflect that perhaps Stewart was laying strong foundations for what I would like to think, and I know I've got 1 or 2 of my colleagues who represent other universities, but would like to think has placed King's in partnership with our colleagues at Guy's and across our NHS Trust in an incredibly powerful position and strong position in relation to, if you like, the broader sense of experimental clinical translational research. Today, the Guy's Tower, which of course Stewart got to know very well, at least 8 floors of the Guy's Tower, we work in partnership between the university and the trust, are very much dedicated to aspects of experimental medicine, clinical research facility, manufacturing facilities, and opportunities for us to bring industry together. And I would argue that Stewart did lay strong foundations for that. Perhaps another barometer, and I know my colleagues will probably challenge me in this, but we are always in the top 3, 4 of those receiving awards and funding from the MRC, particularly in that experimental medicine center place. So an exceptional legacy that Stewart left. So it's a great honor and pleasure to have a chance to co-sponsor this. Thank you very much.
So this afternoon's session is on Stewart the Investigator, and particularly on glomerular disease. It will be a little different from our other sessions so far because we have 2 of our talks pre-recorded. And first I'm going to introduce Dick Glassock, who's going to talk about Stewart and glomerular disease, particularly the early years. Dick lives in California, as many of you know. I thought he would simply say he couldn't manage the journey. But in fact, he can't be here today because he's on faculty at the annual Cleveland Clinic renal course. The man is 90 years old. Dick Glassock is going to talk about Stewart and the early years.
Well, everyone, I'm very happy to be here with you. And of course, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all of the many friends, family, associates, and patients who feel deeply the loss of the remarkable man whose life we celebrate today. I deeply regret that I'm not with you in person at this celebration. Unfortunately, I had a travel schedule commitment that prevents me from traveling to London at this particular time. But I must tell you that I feel deeply the love that transcends this moment, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to be with you, even though it's virtual, because, as you know, and you will hear, Stewart was one of my dearest and most treasured friends. Now, I also want to extend to you my apologies for my rather informal appearance at today's session. I'm wearing a black turtleneck shirt. Actually, this is an intentional decision made to not conform to the traditional dress codes of such presentations, but actually it's a homage to Stewart's consistent nonconformist way of dressing at important occasions. And I think all of you will undoubtedly remember such occasions in your personal experience. So that said, let me begin by, of course, reminding you and myself of the fact that our dear friend Stewart Cameron is no longer with us physically. But his memory and his legacy will persist ad infinitum. He was and still is an icon of skill, scholarship, and creativity, reaching a level of approbation that very few exceed in their lifetime. His contributions in clinical medicine and nephrology are the stuff of legends. And it earned him, during his lifetime, much admiration and respect. His impact on several generations of physicians and clinical scientists as a mentor, a leader, and a spokesperson is very simply king-sized. John Fihali, who has invited me to participate in this celebration, have already, and I have provided a written account of his rise to greatness, the challenges he faced, and how his character shaped his persona. Today, I have been asked to focus on the early phases of his career, which I've kind of arbitrarily defined as 1964 to 1984. And how these early phases affected his lifelong career as a quintessential practitioner in the nascent field of glomerular disease, or Bright's disease, if you are a student of history. This focus on the early years is fitting for my life was quite contemporaneous with Stewart in more than one way. He was born in Aberdeen, Scotland, when I was still an infant in swaddling clothes. And we received our MD only a year apart when we were both married with 2 children. In the early 1960s, we traveled to distant institutions, gaining well-earned reputations for a keen interest in kidney disease. Stewart began at the Cornell School of Medicine in New York City, and myself at Harvard University in Boston. Our common friendship was ignited by a chance meeting in Los Angeles, where we were both invited to simultaneously present at a meeting of the National Kidney Foundation of Southern California in the early months of 1968 at the Ambassador Hotel. Some of you may remember that this hotel became infamous many months later, as it was the site where Robert Kennedy, the brother of John Kennedy, was assassinated on June 5th, 1968. I remember this first meeting as clearly as crystal, including the fact, which I've already alluded to, that Stewart dressed in a way very atypical for conference faculty. A white turtleneck shirt adorned with a pendulous necklace. But his words and his way of communicating left a lasting impression, not only on the audience, but myself. This was a man to be reckoned with. Clarity of thought, logical progression of ideas, clinical details meshed with solid science, and an overpowering dash of enthusiasm and optimism for a brighter future. His performance was classic. Now, I was familiar with Stewart in an indirect way because his first research paper on kidney disease, which was published in December 1964 in the prestigious Journal of Clinical Investigation, had attracted my attention, not because I was a student of the field of proteinuria at that time, but it was such a beautifully written classic study of the qualitative aspects of proteinuria, which really represented the work which he began in 1962 when he moved from Guy's in London to Cornell University in New York City, and received guidance from the last author on this paper, E. Lavelle, also called Stretch, because I think he was 6'7" tall, Becker. This publication was followed by an additional publication just a few years later, in which Stewart was the senior author and his companions in the field of pathology at Guy's Hospital. This really represented a seminal observation in the qualitative aspects of proteinuria in the nephrotic syndrome. And as many of you know, this area had decreased in interest over the years, but has been resurrected in the recent past as an important area of investigation. Following this, in 1966, he returned to Guy's Hospital as the first director of a new program dedicated to kidney disease, which was a new phenomenon in the world, and therefore the program at Guy's was leading field. The program there was devoted broadly to kidney disease, dialysis, transplantation, and particularly glomerular disease. And he began to publish original creative work, as shown here in the British Medical Journal in 1966 with his pathology and clinical colleagues, and with one of the first detailed examination of the effects of immunosuppressive therapy on kidney disease. This original piece of work, accompanied by additional review papers, which were published within a few months, also in the British Medical Journal, covering many aspects of glomerular disease in a three-part series, helped to establish his reputation as a leading force in the development of this now rather mature specialty of nephrology. These review articles and additional ones, more focused on glomerular disease, glomerulonephritis and nephrotic syndrome specifically, burgeoned his growing reputation as a leader in the field of clinical medicine and glomerular disease specifically. Stewart also began to travel widely as his articulate and well-prepared presentations worked magic on an adoring audience, and I can tell you that I was personally one of the individuals who was adoring in his attitude to these presentations. Now, one of these invitations, which I'd like to highlight because I think it was one of the turning points in Stewart Cameron's career, he was invited by Priscilla Kincaid Smith to go to Melbourne to attend a symposium on glomerulonephritis dealing with all aspects, morphology, natural history, and treatment, which was really a seminal gathering of all of the leaders in the world at that time in this field. And his presentation and his discussion and his comments, I think, clearly signaled Stewart's arrival on the global scene in nephrology. I have read accounts of Dr. Cameron's presentations, which detailed work done at Guy's Hospital, along with his colleagues Chisholm Ogg, Richard White, Gwen Williams, and Cyril Chandler. And memory angels who were present at that meeting said that Dr. Stewart Cameron's presentations were the highlight of the meeting. Now, by 1970, the mid-1970s, the general field of glomerular diseases was on an accelerating trajectory of discovery and evolution. Experimental medicine, new entities such as anti-GBM disease and IgA nephropathy, the phenomenon of complement activation, recurrent glomerulonephritis and transplantation, all described in a single year, 1968, provided the fuel which energized the evolution of glomerular disease as a distinct discipline in the broad field of nephrology. And I can assure you that Stewart and his team at Guy's were at the forefront of these developments. Now, naturally, my personal friendship with Stewart rose in direct proportion to the huge interest flowing towards our field of mutual interest. Finally, in 1976, many years after our first meeting, we actually collaborated on a study of clinical science, which is seldom cited today, but it was one of the most detailed efforts in an attempt to identify the glomerular antigens responsible for membranous glomerulonephritis. It was a negative study, and therefore it's quite reasonable that it did not attract a great deal of attention. Nevertheless, it was a first opportunity for me to work in close collaboration with Stewart on a research topic. This friendship and collaboration eventually grew to a decision to work together on a book on the nephrotic syndrome. We actually began this effort in 1984, and it wasn't culminated until the book was published in 1988. And I continue to receive compliments for the organization, the language, and the text in this book. I wish we had done a second edition, but by the time that opportunity arose, Stewart and I both agreed we were probably a little bit beyond the point of writing another version of this book. But this story of clinical science and professional development tells only a part of the multi-dimensional story about a unique and very remarkable man. His personal qualities, I'm sorry, I forgot to show you a diagram from this textbook, which still appears in review publications to this day, which was a synthesis of the frequency of various familiar lesions in children on the left and adults on the right, and the age-associated relationships in the middle. Anyway, to continue this story, I want to highlight the endearing and enduring qualities of Stewart Cameron that has left with me a lasting impression. First, his love of living. Second, his compassionate and patient-centered philosophy of medicine. His Renaissance polymath persona. His unparalleled communication skills, both in a professional and non-professional sense, and his lifelong passion for lively conversation. And there was nothing like an in-depth conversation with Stewart over a glass of good wine in a warm living room, especially in his home. So I want to stress that non-scientific part of his life that endears me to his memory. One of these was skiing together in St. Moritz at a nephrology meeting dedicated to the sport of skiing, to good friendship, and to great science. We also shared many dinners together as friends. Stewart here in a rather unconventional guise with an actual tie and a sport coat on. This is me smiling away at something he must have said, and my young daughter, who joined us for that particular dinner in the evening at St. Moritz. You may remember the meeting in Athens, Greece in 1981, and this is a very nice picture of a recently tanned Stewart and his wife, Margot. I think they had just returned from a vacation on their favorite island near Greece, but this was the International Society of Nephrology meeting. And then here's a picture of Stewart and I on the Great Wall of China. Stewart had managed to walk a considerably longer distance than I because I needed a little bit of a rest. But this was part of his persona. Everything he did was done with great enthusiasm. I want to share with you a brief anecdote in conclusion that will solidify his richly deserved reputation for both originality and skillful communication. In 1985, at the annual meeting of the American Society of Nephrology, Stewart was scheduled to give a plenary address on advances in glomerulonephritis. A week before the meeting, I received a phone call from him. An unexpected illness had prevented him from traveling, and he asked if I could fill in for him using his slides and a version of his talk recorded on audio tape. I immediately agreed, and when the appointed hour for the talk arrived, I stepped onto the podium, opened the slide deck, and began the audio recording into the podium microphone. I advanced the slides and used the pointer to indicate certain aspects of each slide. At the end of the talk received a rousing ovation. And after the talk, a few young nephrologists gathered at the podium and asked Dr. Cameron, me, the pseudo Cameron, several questions. What a performance this was. I will never forget it. One of Stewart's greatest talks without him actually being at the podium. These then are my memories of the early years of a lifetime of friendship, love, and admiration for a remarkable, multidimensional man to whom we pay homage today. He will be missed by all, family, colleagues, mentees, friends, patients, and a global plethora of admirers. But most of all, his profession that he contributed so much to, and the field of glomerular disease that he helped to found and nurtured for so many years, must be deeply indebted to his presence on this planet. So my farewell words to you and to Stewart on this occasion are given here in Scottish Gaelic. I will not attempt to pronounce it, but basically it says, farewell, my friend, until we meet again. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you virtually today. Thank you very much. Okay.
If you can get hold of a copy of The Nephrotic Syndrome by Cameron and Glassick, read the first chapter written by Stewart on the history of nephrotic syndrome. It is an absolute masterpiece. And now we're going to move on, and Andy Rees is going to come and talk to us about Stewart and glomerular disease, following on from what Dick's told us. Andy.
John, thank you very much indeed. Now, how do I... Good. We all know Stewart, and we all know Stewart's contribution. So it's really rather difficult to stand here and synthesize it in 20 minutes with merely the highlights. But so what I want to do first is just show this photograph yet again of Stewart, a nephrologist extraordinaire, as you've heard this morning, and also an extraordinary man, as we've heard as well. Now, I first became aware of Stewart through these two papers, these two reviews that Dick Glassick has just mentioned. I'm not going to go into them in any detail, except to say that what I found remarkable at the time was this was the first description of glomerulonephritis that I'd actually understood. At the time, I was a cardiac SHO, and I wanted to be an intensive care physician and was considering doing a 6 months in each of the specialties that resulted in organ failure. And this was my introduction to where I perhaps might want to do renal disease. What's extraordinary, so still now, is I can remember, I have a distinct visual memory of actually the first time I read these papers. I was sitting on my bed, I was in my flat in Liverpool, and I can see myself reading them. Now, I certainly don't remember any other paper from 50 years ago in the same way. I can't remember in detail what it said, naturally, but nonetheless, it made a huge impression. I didn't meet Stewart until 6 months later, or perhaps a little bit more, having been advised by Bob Sells that actually if I wanted to do renal medicine, and if I wanted to do it in London, which I did because London, of course, was the place to be in the early 70s, socially, and in every other way, then I should try Guy's or perhaps one or two other places he suggested. And so I wrote to Stewart and various other places and asked if I could visit and et cetera, and if they had a job coming up. Stewart wrote back, said yes, they would be having a job sometime, and yes, it would be wonderful for me to visit. For reasons I won't go into, before I fixed that up with Stewart, I walked out of another London hospital in a state of complete panic and rang up Guy's Hospital at the public phone box outside and asked to speak to Stewart Cameron and said, could I come and visit, not any old time, but tomorrow morning? Stewart was not fazed by this, but he did express the sort of slight irritation that crept into his voice sometimes, very briefly, when asked by someone to do something really unreasonable, aggressively unreasonable. But he said, well, it will be very busy, there's a clinic. I'm going to, of course, come along. So I went there the following day at 10 o'clock in a state of somewhat high anxiety, a provincial from Liverpool, aware that London teaching hospitals were very formal places, aware also that I really needed to get dressed up for this. I was dressed in my only suit, a tie, naturally, and was confronted, of course, as you know, not by a besuited consultant, but by this, the photograph you've seen lots of times. The fact is that having spent a morning there, that was the only place I wanted to do renal medicine, and I was very lucky to be appointed to work there starting the following September. I should say that neither Stewart, nor Chiz, nor Mick Buick, all of whom I saw that morning, had anything to do with the appointment. The appointment was entirely due to the head of personnel, Mrs. Webster by name, who made all the appointments, and quite clearly she was impressed by the suit that I wore that day. Right, onward. Now, I do want to say one thing about this review of Stewart's. I reread it recently, obviously, to prepare for this, and one thing struck me, two sentences from the very beginning. Many ideas have been rendered obsolete, but have yet to be replaced. In particular, our ability to describe the histological appearances in great detail at a few points in time overwhelms present understanding of their origins and evolutions. And I think the whole of Stewart's career, in a sense, was designed to overcome this. Now, it's difficult now, looking back, because this is 50 years ago, to understand what things were like then. But there's an insight into this comes from a review written by Stewart's mentor in Cornell and published literally months before Stewart took up his Fulbright Fellowship there. And I think a number of things are interesting. The term nephrotic syndrome, at least used by Stretch Becker at that time, was rather broader than we would apply today. Secondly, that at this stage, and I should say that although it was published in '62, the lecture I think was given at the end of, on which it's based, was given at the end of 1960. He still used the traditional Ellis type 1 and Ellis type 2 classifications, although the review itself is stuffed with information, largely anecdotal, about morphology, including, based on renal biopsies, including immunofluorescence, which was then very, very new indeed, and electron microscopy. So it really implies that actually the classification he'd given is totally out of date. A couple of other things that I noted. One thing that he states is that minimal change at that time was considered to be an early form of membranous nephropathy. And another point about minimal change is that it was a deadly disease in then, without steroids, a 50% mortality at 5 years, and not much less in some cases, or in some hands, in patients treated with children treated with steroids. So this is the background. And you've heard that Stewart learnt and used protein selectivity, a technique that was originally developed in Birmingham in the UK and applied by John Soothill in patients with nephrotic syndrome. But the techniques used then were really much cruder, much more difficult to apply generally. So by 1968, when Stewart was back, he was now assembling what would be the basis, the foundation for the long-term clinical trials, or long-term clinical pathological studies. At this stage, of course, he's down to morphological diagnosis. There's treating children, dealing with children and adults because of the connection with Dick White that Cyril has mentioned. The points he makes there is, in these studies that are restricted to light microscopy, is that the presentation is very similar in children and adults. The protein selectivity is highly selective only in minimal change, and the reason he was able to do that on all of these patients is that he had developed a refinement of the technique for measuring selectivity, which instead of relying on the individual clearances of 5 or 7 proteins was just related up to 2 and therefore could be applied more generally. And thirdly, all the patients were treated by corticosteroids, an 8-week course of steroids, and only those with minimal change responded. And at this same time, similar time, there was a study which applied the treatment, the measurement of complement to these patients as well, first authored by Chisholm, actually. And a further paper that extended this group to a much more population-based approach, and also another one that showed that azathioprine didn't make any additional benefit over and above steroids. By the time Stewart gave his Goulstonian lecture, which is for one of the 4 youngest fellows of the Royal College of Physicians, he'd extended the numbers even further, over 500 patients, and things are now getting into real detail in terms of the morphology involved, and clearly immunofluorescence and EM are being used at this stage. But again, it's the same idea that you need to have a bulk of patients personally studied, followed in the same way over periods of time to understand the natural history of these diseases. It also raises a number of other questions, and Stewart's way of thinking in a way visually and mathematically, he was the first person to introduce Venn diagrams into nephrology in order to try and relate the similarities and the distinctions between various formal entities, post-streptococcal nephritis, acute glomerulonephritis not caused by streptococci, and endocapillary glomerulonephritis, for example. But much more important in wrestling with how to deal with these large numbers of patients followed for a long term was how to deal with things like this. How do you express? How do you get any information out of the chaos of long-term repeated measurements in multiple patients? And Stewart introduced another method into the study of renal disease, and that was the actuarial survival curves that had originally been developed for the life insurance industry by Capta Renedra, but were very rarely, if at all, applied in medicine at that stage. 1 or 2 papers had been used in oncology, and possibly, although Stewart could never find out exactly which ones, in transplantation too. But this allows us simply and easily to follow patients over time and to compare groups of patients over time and the effects of treatment, which is, of course, absolutely standard now. So over the 70s and the 80s, Stewart and his collaborators assembled long-term follow-up studies for basically virtually all the different types of glomerular disease. And these, again, and I enabled him to look for differences. But first, a little cul-de-sac. I couldn't resist showing this, which is a illustration from Stewart's personal copy of a paper by Colin Brown on the use of quadruple therapy for focal necrotizing glomerulonephritis. I show it really just specifically to show that Stewart never left anything when it was done. He revisited and re-added other data points to it. But now to the much more important thing. He also used life table analysis to look at differences between different groups within a particular disease type. Here, just swiftly to illustrate, that is the difference in patients with focal sclerosis between adults, this curve, and children, this curve, showing the prognosis in children is hugely worse than in adults. Now, obviously, there are many reasons for this, lots of which have become apparent since Stewart, in the 30 years really, since Stewart has retired, including the differences in the genetic origin of this morphological type in adults and children. But perhaps more interestingly, he also showed the importance of the severity of proteinuria on survival. This is FSGS again, focal glomerulosclerosis again, those patients who had nephrotic syndrome and those that didn't at onset, showing the hugely better survival long-term, going out to over 15 years, in those patients without nephrotic syndrome, with lower degrees of proteinuria, than in those who have heavy proteinuria. Now, you could suggest that that is because ones with proteinuria are further on in the disease, but looking at the shape of these curves, it seems highly unlikely that that's the explanation. And obviously, there are various other explanations that could be. And again, when one looks at other diseases, this is a common feature of basically all forms of glomerulonephritis, focal glomerulosclerosis, membranous nephropathy, and membranoproliferative glomerulonephritis. Upper line, those without heavy proteinuria, bottom three lines, those with heavy proteinuria. So Stewart was the first person to make this distinction clear. Now, Stewart, of course, used functional studies as well. We've already heard about his work with protein selectivity and the fact that he changed the methodology in order to make it applicable more generally. I've touched on the work of C3, which allowed him to look for long-term effects on C3. Low levels of C3 in dense deposit disease, mesenteric glomerulonephritis type 2, had been noted by Clark West, but these systematic evaluation in large bodies of patients is something that Stewart and nobody else had done. Coagulation and platelets were thought to be very important in triggering injury at one stage, and Stewart looked systematically at platelet activation, both circulating and locally in biopsies, and similarly he did the same for macrophages and T-cell subsets, which had been demonstrated to be important. And lastly, he looked at interstitial leukocytes and progression. So basically, this formal body of work allowed him to develop what for us is really the foundation for studies that follow. And clearly he used these for testing new therapies as well, as has already been alluded to. Now, all of this is summarized, his work is summarized in a chapter in Schreier and Gottschalk, published shortly before he retired, that is quite extraordinary both in its length, its depth, the number of references, and in every other respect. In many ways, this is a one-man Cochrane collaboration. It should be tedious to read. It should be turgid, But being Stewart, it absolutely was not. It reads fantastically easily. It's written in slim and elegant prose. And slim and elegance not only describe the prose, but the man as well, as is evident from this slide, which you've seen more than once today already. And that the elegance persisted and right until the very end. It's already been mentioned that Stewart was a legendary teacher. Sadly, elegance was not something that he was able to teach his colleagues or trainees. The figure on the left is Grégoire Nides, a Greek nephrologist who very sadly died far too young of anaphylaxis. The less said about the figure on the right, the better. So back to, again, a slide you've seen before. Seen here giving the lecture in which he described himself as being a butterfly. I've always thought, I understood why he used the term, but I've always thought it completely inappropriate. Stewart's behavior was never like that of a butterfly. Anything that interested him, and there were many, many, many different things, he was driven to look at in huge detail in a way that one can never imagine a butterfly doing. So I'm going to leave with a quote that he regaled me with, I think probably in the late 1990s. Words are the footsteps of reason. And the reason I do it is, for Stewart, so many words, so deep are the footsteps, and so great is the reason that we will never forget him. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, very much. The astute timekeepers among you will notice that we are eating into our discussion time, but I'm afraid the answer is so be it. Now we're going to have Liz Lightstone talk about Stewart and lupus. Liz is somewhere between the World Congress in Buenos Aires and somewhere else she was going, but she isn't here, to her great regret. So let's listen to Liz on Stewart and lupus.
Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Liz Lightstone. I was an SHO with Stewart and Gwynn and Chisholm back in 1985. It's my third SHO job. And I've been tasked to talk to you about Stewart and lupus nephritis. And I want to say how sorry I am that I can't be there in person with you today, because Stewart and Gwynn and Chisholm are the reason I'm a nephrologist, and I am a huge fan, and was really sad to learn of his death, and really would be like to be there with you today, reminiscing and hearing all the talks in person. I was very surprised when I went back to the literature to find that Stewart had written over 60 papers on lupus or lupus and or glomerulonephritis, and actually quite perturbed because I realised I had to sort of distill out the key messages. But I think if one thing describes him, it's about the art of clinical observation, the importance of clinical observation, and being therapeutically bold. I think what impressed me going through the literature was that Stewart was so systematic. He identified a problem which was largely how to correlate clinical findings with biomarkers and renal biopsy, but also how to find treatments that were less toxic, because the mainstay of treatment early on was, in the 60s, was really high-dose steroids. And so you can be bold in what you do, but you need to document it, and you need to document everything, not just the clinical, but the biomarkers, the renal biopsies, and you need to document over a very long period of time, and then ideally you would do clinical trials. So he was prescient. He wanted to find new treatments to steroid spare. He wanted to monitor patients over the very long term, and I'm going to show you some publications with a 20-year gap. I have a particular interest in pregnancy in women with kidney disease, and he did too, which I don't think I realised at the time, and recognised that, you know, lupus is a disease of women of childbearing age, and its pregnancies are important to them, and the need for, but also the challenges posed by clinical trials. So I'm going to focus a little bit on this paper because I think it is really interesting. It was published in The Lancet in 1970. At the time, Pollock, who'd sort of documented the natural history of lupus nephritis, said you needed to use heroic doses of steroids for at least 6 months to control active lupus nephritis and prolong life. And Stewart noted that some are resistant even to really high doses of steroids. But most importantly, he documented the morbidity and mortality associated with prolonged steroid use. And I don't need to tell this audience how horrible they are. And at the time he published, there were only 6 reports in children and 4 in adults who had been treated with cyclophosphamide, none of whom had had renal biopsies. So this was a case series of 6 patients, all had been treated between 1967 and 1970, and all of them had biopsy-proven lupus nephritis. They'd all had absurd doses of steroids previously. 4 of the 6 were resistant to the steroids, but all of them had the side effects. They were Cushingoid and 3 had severely hypertensive in a way that would make most of your hair curl now. And 1 had even had chlorambucil. They did get a lot of cyclophosphamide, so 9 months and longer. They monitored how to use it by pushing to leukopenia, as they said. So apparently you can't do this as easily with azathioprine, but you could with cyclophosphamide, and we've all done it. But it's quite scary. They were starting at 200 to 250 milligrams once a day. So by my maths, they were easily well over 35 grams by 9 months. And we know that's the dose that's associated with increased risk of malignancy. They reported this in these nice tables shown here. The green patients are 3 patients, one of whom had 2 successive courses because they'd stopped and relapsed, who did quite well. 2 went into complete remission and 1 had a striking improvement. 2 were actually treated with cyclophosphamide because of gross steroid side effects. And although supposedly no benefit with the cyclophosphamide, they didn't need increased steroids and they didn't have increased activity on the reduced steroid dose. So they probably did have some benefit. And 1 died, clearly with RPGM, because biopsies 3 weeks apart went from not too bad to every glomerulus destroyed. And I think this is a sad reminder of the times. There was no hope of renal recovery, so dialysis was stopped and the patient died. In their discussion, they talk about cyclophosphamide may be able to control lupus nephritis. We now know it certainly can, and it fitted with a known mouse model. And I think the questions that Stewart poses in the discussion really are still relevant. Are steroids needed as well as cyclophosphamide? And the NIH trials did address that to a degree. I tried to do a trial with no steroid, but everyone still is on steroids. The whole difficulty of assessing any drug in lupus or lupus nephritis, because it's a heterogeneous disease, both clinically and histologically, and that the biomarkers don't necessarily correlate with kidney activity. And he stressed the need for collaborative clinical trials, but interestingly highlighted, well, of course, renal physicians know how to treat it. And he thought it'd be very difficult to say people not to give steroids. And believe me, that was still true in 2012, 42 years later. And that you'd have to randomize each group separately, and the need for central pathology assessment, and would that delay treatment in the acute setting? And I'll just leave you to read these quotes, but I think it was very interesting to note that they had difficulty getting patients, even though they were already known as a lupus centre back in those early days. But I think this clearly accelerated afterwards. And that you should include cyclophosphamide in drug trials going forward. And indeed, that's what Donadio and others did in the later years with the NIH studies. I really like this letter. It's supposedly about sterility and cyclophosphamide. It's a very personal argument with Dr. Fairley and his co-workers. It was published in the Lancet in May 1972 and is about fertility. But I really enjoyed reading what Stewart said about challenging the description of lupus nephritis as a relatively benign disease, because since the introduction of cyclophosphamide, fewer people were going into renal failure. But as Stewart pointed out, they were dying of sepsis instead. This was also a disease of young people, 15 to 35 years. And so a poor survival rate, and he talks about a 5 years mortality of 32% in Dr. Fairley's group and 40% in the Guy's group, is hardly a benign outcome, and similarly poor outcomes in the USA. And again, he noted the importance of not just treating with steroids, because you obtain control at the price of intolerable or destructive side effects. So then in 1979, they published their long-term follow-up over a 15-year period with a minimum of 7 years follow-up. And this was in 71 patients, all of whom had been biopsied, with a variety of histology. And histology didn't relate to outcome, but of course this was retrospective, and the more severe patients would have had more aggressive treatment. So there's an inherent bias there. 27% died, not 40%, so things were improving. And they died from renal failure, sepsis, and cerebral lupus. And they documented the 5, 10, 15, and 20 year survival, and survival from the onset of lupus itself. And clearly getting lupus nephritis was bad for your survival. But overall, they were doing better than they had done. And he related this to reducing the steroid dose, adding in cytotoxics, and they were mostly using azathioprine, and possibly diminished cardiovascular side effects. But they note that side effects of treatment remain an important cause of mortality and morbidity. And then 20 years later, they published very long-term follow-up. And they talk about 243 patients treated between 1962 and 1996 at Guy's. Everyone had had a renal biopsy, all had ACR diagnostic criteria. And 166 patients diagnosed on or before 1986 had at least 10 years follow-up. 43 were excluded because they were outside the UK, and 6 were followed up elsewhere. So they reported on 116 patients, which included 64 from that 1979 paper. And they were now a little bit more ethnically diverse, as you would expect. This is how they were treating induction. The majority had steroids and azathioprine. None at that point had had IV cyclophosphamide. Quite a few had had 3 1-gram methylpred. No one needs that now. They need no more than 500 milligrams of methylpred, but that was pretty standard. And they went through a little phase of offering 7 days plasma exchange to the patients with the class 4s, which they got over. And then follow-up was from a median of 15.5 years, and 9 of them subsequently had high-dose NIH cyclophosphamide for relapse or non-adherence, which remains a problem in everybody's practice. And they treated them for a minimum of 5 years, which is interesting given now, based on trial data, the recent guidelines suggest only 3 years, but that's because the trials only go out to 3 years. And he does highlight that we do see these very late relapses, not many, but they are astonishingly late. So he reports 2 at 22 and 25 years after the first renal presentation, and 1 who was on quite a significant dose of steroid, who relapsed at 28 years. And we've seen that. He produced Kaplan-Meier curves, and you can see here, this is the overall survival, so a 10-year survival here that's already rather better than had previously been seen, but much improved in the cohort treated after 1976 compared to that treated pre-76, and these little dots are the even more recent patients. He looked at why they were dead or dying, or what their long-term outcomes were. And you can see that 40 out of 110 had died, and 9 whilst on end-stage kidney disease, and 70 were alive, of whom 9 were on dialysis or had been transplanted. He looked at detailed renal function, and it was normal in nearly just under 50%, but it was reduced in 11 of them, 4 of whom had chronic renal failure. And the majority of patients were treated with prednisolone and azathioprine. He also looked at patients who died, and actually he then subsequently wrote a paper on why do patients die. And in this cohort, the majority of patients died from sepsis, but also ischemic heart disease. And we now know this is largely due to overburning with steroids. We don't see this now. Malignancy, one of them post-transplantation. Uncontrollable lupus was not that common. And then the usual suspects. And of the complications, high up here are infections, serious infections, but also cancer and bone things you'd expect with those prior exposures to steroids. I think this long-term follow-up and his whole approach to lupus nephritis was actually practice changing. He noted that class didn't influence outcome, but interstitial inflammation did. They were getting renal failure still in about 15% of patients, but the more recent cohorts were doing better. He was struck by those high rates of cardiovascular disease in young women, which I would argue is, remember, they weren't using statins, they weren't controlling blood pressure in the same way as we do now, but steroids are really the major culprit. He also noticed it was really quite rare to come off all immunosuppressants, and the azathioprine was a very effective maintenance treatment. And I would argue this was actually a very European approach. You can use a parallel with the UVAS studies in vasculitis, where the states were obsessed with using long-term cyclophosphamide, but the trials showed that you could swap to azathioprine much earlier than the Americans did. And the approach to steroid sparing by using an immunosuppressant. And I think overall the results are very good considering the era in which they started documenting. But there was a high burden of complications, much of which was related to steroids. He recognised the need for randomised controlled trials, but also the need for really long-term follow-up, which you'll never get in a trial. I think what also impressed me when I was going through the literature was that, and it sort of reminded me that we used to discuss the children in the renal biopsy meetings. Stewart treated children and adults alike and recognised the importance of not just assuming they did the same, that the impact of drugs, particularly in children, was very important to follow up. And once again, he was way ahead of his time. He also predicted that we would be using monoclonal antibodies, and as a rituximab user, he predates our use of it by many, many years. And these are just some of his publications that I came across relating to children. He recognised the importance of pregnancy, and that almost seems absurd to say, but remember, this was a very paternalistic era of medicine in the world, really. And women were often told, just don't get pregnant. It still happens today, but happily a bit less often. And Stewart recognised the importance of women wanting to get pregnant. He was struck in his practice, cyclophosphamide didn't seem to grossly affect fertility, which I find surprising unless the patients were just much younger. But they recorded 53 patients in 53 pregnancies in 25 patients from 1970 to 1989, all with more or less stable disease, whatever that means. And they excluded the 3 who first presented pregnancy. And of course, we often meet women who present in pregnancy. What were the outcomes? Well, 11% chose to have a therapeutic abortion, often for social reasons. 15%, however, had spontaneous abortions. But of the 39 deliveries, nearly 72% were at 36 weeks or more, which is very good. But 28% were premature, and data today are probably pretty similar. And very high rates of caesarean section, of which 28.2 were emergency Caesars. There was 1 stillbirth, and the overall fetal loss rate was 17%. I think these were remarkably good outcomes. I find it very odd that he states that bad outcomes weren't predicted by initial histology, hypertension, presence of proteinuria being nephrotic. I would probably argue with that, but they were his data. The proteinuria was noted to rise significantly in 6, and there's no mention of whether this was preeclampsia or not. And creatinine clearance fell in 6, but there was none had irreversible loss of function. Equally bizarrely, they gave them huge doses of steroids postpartum, which was a practice that transferred over to the Hammersmith until I stopped it some years ago. And strikingly, there was no neonatal lupus or congenital heart block, which we now know is related to anti-Ro antibodies, and the incidence which was reduced by using hydroxychloroquine. I'm going to nip through the next few slides, but they're really just to highlight that Stewart thought about mechanisms and pathogenesis very carefully. He did a lot of clinical studies doing correlations between antibody levels and complement levels and clinical outcomes, but also looked at mechanisms of how these might work. So he looked at complement in patients and in biopsies and noted that low C3 and low C4 didn't necessarily correlate with DNA binding, and we know that still holds. He noticed often patients had very persistently low C4s, and of course we see that particularly in those with null C4 alleles. And he thought that complement was good for diagnosis, but not for following treatment. I have to say a persistently low C3 is known to be a bad prognostic factor, and normalization of C3 is a good prognostic factor. I thought it quite interesting, actually. He often lumped MCGN and lupus in the same studies and was quite clearly describing C3GN in some patients, but of course wasn't aware of it at the time. There was a nice little paper where there was a low glomerular epithelial expression of complement receptor 1 was associated with crescents and proliferation and monocyte infiltration. He looked at autoantibodies in vivo and in vitro and noted that lupus patients had much lower C1q and C4 levels in MCGN, presumably due to anti-C1q, and realised this was due to classical pathway activation. He showed that the Crithidia test for DNA was much easier to do and was good enough in terms of specificity for diagnosing lupus. And he also looked at anti-endothelial antibodies and suggested that these may have a pathogenic role in damaging endothelium and leading to proliferative lesions in biopsies. I thought this was really interesting. He did a nice paper in 1990 looking at the correlation between interstitial rather than glomerular cells with glomerular function. And he took advantage of newly available monoclonals to do beautiful immunohistochemistry. And at the time of biopsy, he showed that glomerular function was related to the numbers of interstitial T cells, CD8 cells, monocytes, and macrophages, as well as DR expressing cells. But if you wanted to define what predicted poor declining renal function after biopsy, then actually it was proportional to the numbers of interstitial monocytes and macrophages. And you can see here a reciprocal curve related. As you had more of these, your GFR was more likely to decline post-biopsy. And in fact, this was recapitulated by Gary Hill in a much more detailed study 12 years later. He went through a platelet phase, I think it's fair to say, and looked at several factors, which, including immune complexes, which cause platelet activation in proliferative lupus nephritis and other glomerulonephritides. He showed that plasma serotonin went up because it was released by platelets when platelets were activated, and he showed that you could get double-stranded DNA and anti-DNA antibody immune complexes binding to platelets. He postulated that intrarenal platelet consumption might lead to progressive scarring, and he also looked at a platelet-derived growth factor, which he showed was deposited on capillary walls, and some very beautiful immunohistochemistry. And he came up with a whole hypothesis about how this might amplify intrarenal and glomerular inflammation. So I've gone over a minute or so, but it's been an absolute honour to be asked to give this talk, because Stewart's truly one of my heroes. And I found this little thing online which says how heroes inspire. And actually, I was very young then. I was a fairly new doctor. And Stewart and Chiz and Gwyn were really role models, and not just in their understanding and enthusiasm for kidney disease, but in how they dealt with people, how we were treated. Stewart would always assume I'd read every piece of literature, but would very kindly tell me what I probably had not read, and would never ask me to tell him what I'd read. But it was the way he dealt with everybody, from the porter to nurses to doctors to patients. Everybody was treated equally. Everybody was on first name terms, and there was a real sense of family. He gave hope to patients. He was wise. He was an absolute catalyst for change, which is what I hope I've shown today. And he was also very funny. I haven't got time to tell stories, but there were lots of stories, particularly when there was a patient there and he and I were across the bed. He'd be telling me some ridiculous tale about translating some French medieval text, medical text, and the difficulties of the Latin. I never meant to go to Guy's to do renal SHO. I only went there because Queen Square misadvertised their neurology job, but people still applied, but I missed it. And then I became a nephrologist because of these three doctors. And what I hadn't realised until I did this talk was what was clearly a massive subliminal influence on me. I specialise in lupus nephritis and pregnancy and women with kidney disease. My mantra in all the things I treat has been to minimise steroids, and I've done studies on biomarkers and histology, and I was clearly influenced by Stewart. I'd always thought this was a Hammersmith influence, but clearly so many people at the Hammersmith had been through Guy's and had been influenced by Stewart. And he understood the need for long-term follow-up and sparing nephrons and preserving quality of life. And I want to finish with this fantastic picture, which I suspect others have found today, but I found it just as I was finalising it. Chisholm, Gwyn and Stewart. I was very entertained to identify Mark Walport. And here's Joe Adu, who I've just had the pleasure of catching up with at the World Congress of Nephrology in Buenos Aires. And Joe is still, despite retiring some years ago, very active clinically and in research in Ghana, where he's had an absolute new lease of life. And thank you very much for listening this far. I've done this, recorded this twice, and it's been slightly shorter this time, but it's 4 minutes over, and I hope you've indulged me. Have a lovely day, a lovely afternoon, and my very best wishes. Thank you.
So we've heard from Stewart, and we've heard from Dick, we've heard from Andy, and we've heard from Liz. We have a few minutes. We've caught ourselves up some time. If we want to have discussion, if anyone wants to pitch in, particularly over this question of Stewart as an investigator, but equally anything else you want to share about Stewart, we will use the time well.
Can I tell a story?
Colin, yes. Wait for a microphone, Colin, and Colin Brown will tell us a story. I hope it's not a 10-minute story.
Stewart got involved with platelets with a man called Beppe Ramuzzi. I remember when Stewart was on call, we were terrified because he might want to come in and get involved with teaching us and take hours of a ward round. And on Friday he said, I'm on call this weekend. He said, but ring me whenever you want. I shall be in Bergamo with Beppe Ramuzzi.
Anyone else wanting to contribute? Okay. Oh, yes, I can't. Is it Jackie here? Yes, the light's bad. Jackie.
I worked with Stewart for 24 years and survived. I was in the academic department, and he had an amazing research secretary when I first started. And I have to point out, in those days, we had typewriters. We didn't have word processors. We didn't have computers. And it's wonderful to see these slides coming up on the screen. Now, not many people probably know that Stewart was totally obsessed with stationery. And when I arrived, for a start, he thought I knew everything about kidneys. I knew you cooked them, but that was about as far as I went. And I used to have to run down to Guy Neild on a frequent basis for him to explain things to me that Stewart had told me to do and I didn't understand. But with the stationery, we worked everything out on large pieces of squared paper, and he haunted Ryman's. Now, I don't know if you remember Letraset, where you had sort of paper and you did. Now, all those slides, he would start them and he would say, right, you finished now, Jackie. And you would be handed the most extraordinary pieces of paper. Dear Gay, not Gay, or another Gay, who was his academic secretary, used to have the papers to type, which quite correctly were bits here and a bit there and sellotaped together and a bit of writing here. But to see these slides now actually up on, 30, 40 years later, there's my work in perpetuity.
Anyone else? Okay. So that gives me a little bit of time to make one announcement, which I've been asked to make, which is that the UK Kidney Association has decided to institute a Stewart Cameron Award for outstanding contribution to scientific understanding of kidney disease, and I'm delighted they're doing it, and I know his family are delighted, and I thought we should announce it today. This award is particularly going to be focused on scientists, not clinicians, who are working on kidney disease, and particularly focused on those in early or mid-career. We all know that those who do this work have probably the least secure career structure of any of us. And so this is a great opportunity to recognise a bright young non-clinical scientist. So thanks to UKKA for the Stewart Cameron Award for outstanding contribution to the basic scientific understanding of kidney disease. And my only remaining announcement before tea, which is going to be about 5 minutes early, is that we've decided to have a photograph of everyone who's here. We've also decided that the chance of getting you lot outside and herding you in some appropriate way is 0. So I'm simply going to ask you to sit where you are, and we're going to have a photograph taken by Amy and I think by Lucy. So if everyone can get themselves down into the main body, that would be lovely if you are hiding in the bleachers up there. And then we'll... And perhaps, yes, would you move towards the middle? That would be lovely. Can you get those folk at the back?
Oh, that's take it by side. Okay, we're going to take a few. 3, 2, 1. And a few more. Let's get a few angles. Very quiet. Can we get everyone to shout nephrology on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. Nephrology. Lovely, thank you.
Tea time. We have half an hour. Tea is just up there in the atrium. And would you please be back at 3:45? Thank you.
I think I might not be the only person who's beginning to find it a really bit chilly.
Right.
It's a wee
I'll have a wee word with the girls.
It's just not getting up.
Settle down, please, ladies and gentlemen. If you could take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I love seeing who will be last to sit down, who's least obedient. I've spotted them. So we're moving on to a session which we've called Stewart the Influencer, and we're going to hear about Stewart's impact on different aspects of the world. And we're going to start with Stewart as a UK leader, and Chris Winnells is going to come and talk to us. Chris.
You can't but help feeling an interloper at this celebration of Guy's Hospital's most famous professor. Well, we do salute him. We watched him from afar. I must say, if I could have had another SHO job, I would have minded doing one at Guy's, but you were spared. I was a medical student in Cape Town in 1972 when I first encountered the name J.S. Cameron, MRCP, because I had an inspiring nephrologist teaching us at Grootskier, and I was toying with nephrology, so I was a bit of a nerd. So I bought this book, and it's called Diseases of the Urinary Tract. And it says C.G. Winnells, October 1972. And it's got some chapters that are in this book. We're actually from the British Medical Journal, and you've seen Andy also read them. He read them on his bed in Liverpool. I read them at my desk in my digs in Cape Town. And there's acute renal failure by Sharpston, there's chronic renal failure by Chisholm-Og MRCP, glomerulonephritis, nephrotic syndrome, and I read them. And I thought this is quite an intriguing subject because it was a Cinderella subject in Cape Town. We had cardiac transplantation from Christian Barnard, and the gastroenterologists were the sort of the important physicians, but nephrology was not. And little did I know that I would be standing here 52 years later in Stewart's beloved Guy's Hospital, paying tribute to him, and I was pleased to find that he had got the FRCP since then. My second encounter with Stewart was 8 years later when I was a registrar in Oxford, and there was a teach-in, which was a thing you had after hours at the Royal College of Physicians, in which someone came and gave you a blast that would help you through membership. And Tony Rain and I left work at about 6, got down to the college from Oxford and took our seats in the auditorium. And there was this curious bloke with a Beatle hairstyle, a polo neck jersey, and a gold medallion around his neck, fiddling at the lectern. So I assumed that this was the audiovisual individual and waited for the great man, who of course I'd never clapped eyes on, to stride out to the lectern. But in fact, this bloke actually then and started giving the lecture. It was beautiful. It was lucid. It was beautifully illustrated. And I was in awe. Classification of glomerulonephritis had been, for me, along with dyslipidemias, porphyrias, the complement cascade, and the coagulation cascade, something which I memorized with a half-life of about 12 hours. And suddenly it was clear, and so I was very grateful to him. He was, of course, in the vanguard of the physicians who recognized that end-stage renal failure need not be terminal. Now, I was told that there were many physicians who thought it was not worth doing, namely dialysis. And he, with Chiz, as we know, set up this famous renal and transplant unit at Guy's, which proved the naysayers long. But it was tough, and as we also know, it nearly cost Stewart his life. So what I wanted to say first about his contributions to the UK was that I think it helped to make nephrology a really attractive, challenging, and innovative career for young physicians. There were things you could do, there were a lot of undiscovered things, and it would spare you from spending your life at the one end or the other of a human being looking into their bowels, or deciding whether you're going to go into the right coronary artery or into the left coronary artery. So I think with his teaching and his real presence, I think people thought, well, why not? And it seemed to have worked, because a lot of type A personalities, not me, of course, but were attracted to nephrology as a career. I think they liked the idea of the instant gratification of diagnosing someone with acute renal failure, for example, and treating the uremic emergency and seeing the positive result. The other thing we liked about it was the clinical pathology of renal disease. I mean, you could see the pathology down a microscope, whereas the neurologists could only see it in their imagination. And they didn't have MRI scans, and I think neurology was rather a difficult job. So that's what I think is his first one. And look around you, there are people here who have made a huge contribution to medicine, who I think must have been as intrigued as was I. I think his second contribution was that he was proud of the UK, and he was bold reaching out internationally, and we've known all of the organizations that he served internationally, and he gave the UK a reputation as a serious player in nephrology. I think we might just have persuaded the Americans that we're not in the second division. He helped us, I think, to punch above our weight, considering the paucity of our facilities and the fact that we were considered to be wrong in not dialyzing as many patients as we should. And I think research funding was quite hard to come by. So his reaching out, I saw firsthand. When he was the president of the ISN and he was going to preside over the International Society Nephrology meeting at the Barbican. And there are a few people who were on that committee. Keith Peters was on the organizing committee. Sandy Davison was, and if there's anybody I've missed, I'm sorry, but at the time, David Kerr was the head of the scientific committee, and he was the dean of the medical school at Hammersmith, and I was a senior registrar, and he recruited me as what I would describe as a bag carrier. So I went to all the meetings and, collected up the teacups and things like that. Stewart was the president. Hugh de Wardener, who was also, I think, a great influence on people's interest in nephrology, had been the president, and he had cunningly offered to host the ISN, knowing full well that it would fall to somebody else. And that somebody else was Keith, or the Stewart, and he was totally unfazed, and gathered a team of extraordinarily busy people. They all had huge jobs to help. So David Kerr was one of them. He was the chairman of the scientific committee, but he said to me, the meetings on Saturday mornings at 8 o'clock at St. Thomas's, be there. And so I did. But of course, it was a wonderful privilege to work with all these people watching this meeting taking shape. When I saw there, Stewart's amazing energy. Just remember, I never actually ever sort of talked to him face to face. His amazing energy, he was great diplomacy and calm in the face of setbacks. And he was determined that this meeting was going to be a showpiece of UK nephrology to the outside world. We had a pretty small budget from the Renal Association. And then the problem started. Well, first, the conference secretary fell ill and could take really no part in the organization. And Stewart just picked up his roles. The conference organisers went bankrupt. I think they let us have our money back, so Stewart just employed the redundant manager and said she can be an employee of the organisation for the duration. The Americans, and if they don't attend your conference, it's not going to make money, sounded very reluctant to attend because the IRA was still holding impromptu fireworks parties in London, and the IRS, an even more dangerous organisation from an American doctor's point of view, had decided to tighten up on what you could claim as you came to England to register for a conference and then go to Stratford. Stewart had to do everything on a shoestring, and one of the things we had to do was deal with the abstracts, of which there were 2,400. They had to be photocopied 10 times, that's 24,000 copies. So Stewart set up a nerve centre in Guy's Tower, I'd never been there before, and he borrowed from Rank Xerox for a trial in the department, in case he wanted to buy one, a photocopier for the weekend. And they thought it was a very good idea, very good sales pitch, and in it came, and David Kerr and I set to it about 9 o'clock in the morning, and this thing was going white hot. We then had to stuff the envelopes, direct them to the theme organisers and what have you, and to the VIPs at the ISN. We had to give this thing a cooling off break at lunchtime, and we had lunch, and Margot came in with a wonderful picnic, and it was all sat around eating baguettes and actually drinking some red wine. Well, the following day, David Kerr went down to the post office in East Acton with 24,000 abstracts. And apparently there was nearly a riot, because there were quite a lot of the elderly of the place were waiting to collect their pensions and what have you. And I think but David Kerr was the sort of person who had the sort of phlegmatic attitude where if people were grumping and stamping their feet, he wouldn't have taken any notice at all. Anyway, he was very pleased we got them all off on the Monday morning to various parts. Well, happily the Americans did come. It was a great success, and we made a modest profit and paid it back to the Renal Association. I have to say the delegates were absolutely stunned by the sense of occasion. We had the beautiful Princess Alexandra there, and we had the conference president in a dress. Well, a sort of tartan dress, and with a little leather thing in front of his private parts, and this dagger in his sock. And then they had an absolutely fantastic address from Sir Douglas Black. Now, I was sitting at an American table, and I'm going to tell you what story you tell, because they didn't laugh. They thought it was a very self-deprecating story, and it went like this. I can't do Douglas Black's Aberdonian accent, but it went something like this, that he had been seeing a patient who had a very poor prognosis and wanted to have a private conversation with the family. So he took them through to his office, sat them down in front of his desk, and started to talk to them. And he said, and then I began to notice they were paying less and less attention to what I was saying. And they got up and left. And he said, I only worked it out later, because on my desk, I had a book I was reviewing. It was called An Introduction to Nephrology. I promise you, the Americans just didn't get it. They sat there and didn't understand what was going on. Anyway, at the end of this dinner, Stewart thanked all the helpers, including the humble bag carrier, and so my admiration and devotion to him was secured. I think his third contribution to the UK Renal Association was to the UK Renal Association. I mean, he'd been boss of many things, but now he was boss of the Renal Association. As it happened, I'm not a junior bag carrier, I was the secretary of the Renal Association. It was a form of bag carrier. I knew it would be fun because he would not be a figurehead. He would do the heavy lifting. We shared jobs, but I managed to persuade him he would do all the tricky ones and the ones requiring diplomacy and authority. Now, these are skills I'm still working on. I thought I'd better check when I was preparing for today what happened during his tenure. So I looked up the Renal Association history, but I was rather flummoxed because he, in fact, had written it. This was the time when the Renal Association had increased its functions from promotion of academic nephrology to political support of the clinical nephrologists out in the country who were struggling with a lack of resources and trying to provide, I think, an equitable and high standard of care in a cash-strapped NHS. He was pretty forceful, was Stewart, in his public statements about the lack of facilities, which I know did not endear him to ministers in Mrs. Thatcher's government or various mandarins. And one day I found he had earned a rebuke in the editorial pages of the Times. I think they had his card marked. He knew how to delegate tasks, but he took on the difficult ones himself. For example, he helped write the Joint Renal Association and RCP book on standards. He helped resolve all the tricky issues about reconfiguration of the London renal services, and he always attended every single scientific meeting, presided at them, and his presence, of course, lit up the plenary sessions. The last scientific meeting of the Renal Association at which he presided was in Oxford, and I was the organizer. And I didn't have any bag carriers. When it was all done and dusted, Sunday evening, I picked up all the rubbish and what have you, and the bags were full. I was trudging home with, if any of you have ever organized a conference, you have a sense of anticlimax because you've been thinking about this for nothing else for weeks. And on my way home, my phone went, and it was Stewart, and he said, "I booked a table for dinner. Would you and your wife like to join us?" And I thought that was typical of him. When I got home, I was reminded of what my father had told me about Field Marshal Montgomery. My father wasn't somebody who helped Montgomery. He just knew about Montgomery when he was in a different theatre of the war. He said, what was thought about Montgomery, and I thought about Stewart, they would have the same sort of stature actually, was that Montgomery rarely cared for his soldiers. So that if he said, we're going to do something, apparently they had confidence that he wouldn't ask them to do anything that he wouldn't have done. What I discovered actually was Montgomery was shot through the lung and left for dead in the First World War. But he was the sort of chap, if he asked someone to do it, they would do it because he knew they wasn't going to be careless with their lives. And I thought that Stewart was a bit like that. If he wanted a job done and he thought it was tough, he'd do it with you or do it himself. I think his fourth contribution was in the publication of books with a European content, but flying the UK flag. So he, with Sandy Davison, who's here today, set out to produce the Oxford textbook of clinical nephrology, and it had some distinguished European editors like Eberhard Ritz, sadly recently died. Stewart read many of the chapters, and the Oxford textbook of clinical nephrology I thought was quite a nice little contrast to Brenner and Rector and all those other books, because in fact it did really concentrate on the kind of clinical nephrology that practitioners wanted to read. I was very amused when I was bag carrying for David Kerr on that as well, actually. I was a sort of associate editor, was that these famous European nephrologists, one of them, Charles van Ippersdale de Strie, who said to me, "Christopher, if I say anything in English that you think is not idiomatic, I would like you to stop and correct me." Well, he shouldn't have said that. And in fact, didn't need to. Stewart always used to insist that the OUP provide us with a decent lunch. And they're quite parsimonious. By the time he retired, Stewart must have known that he'd helped to nurture a new discipline of nephrology, established real prestige for UK nephrology, but his own worldwide contributions were also acknowledged. But that's what I'm really talking about today, that he put a sort of stamp on the UK medicine and made nephrology highly respectable. And looking around me, I think of the people who went into nephrology, probably looking at many people also here, the older folk, their examples as clinicians, researchers and teachers, but his was quite some example. Some of them went on to really quite big tasks. I mean, the medical director of the NHS, guys trained, Regis professors like Patrick Maxwell, people who worked in the MRC, trust chief executive officers, and even vice chancellors. So British nephrology was quite lucky because he didn't. I mean, he could have been called to higher tasks, but he stayed with it until he retired. quite per coincidence, I was reading a book about the Vice Chancellor of my old university, in which he quoted a speech by Franklin Roosevelt, which resonated, and I believe it applies to Stewart, and so I'll read you what Franklin Roosevelt said. "The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause." I think we salute that man today. Thank you.
Chris, thank you very much. Pierre Ronco is going to be speaking now about Stewart in European nephrology. Pierre sadly contacted me yesterday afternoon to say that his mum had just died and he didn't feel he could leave Paris. So I regret to say you have me. I have Pierre's slides. I have Pierre's what he wanted to say. I will not do it in his delicious French accent because it would not last the talk, but I will. So I'm going to read you verbatim what Pierre wanted to say. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this Memorial Day at Guy's. I feel deeply honoured and moved to say a few words on Stewart Cameron. Although the title indicates European nephrology, it seems impossible to limit my talk to old Europe, as Stewart had a huge influence all over the world. I was fortunate to meet Stewart in many circumstances, but two are written in my memory forever. First, during the preparations for the World Congress of Nephrology in Madrid, when for 2 years I served Stewart as chairman of the Scientific Programme Committee when he was president of the ISN. This was in the years 93 to 95, and during those 2 years we had regular contacts, and I discovered his generosity, his brilliant intellect combined with charisma, humility, boundless energy, and perhaps most importantly, his complete lack of partisanship and a rare gift for friendship. The second circumstance I will never forget is a 2-hour interview that he gave to Giorgino Piccoli and me in his home in Cumbria around 2010. The complete interview is accessible on the web, but we spent 2 days there preparing Italian dishes and breathing the mind of a genius. So we're going to have a short clip from Stewart's interview, selected by Pierre, which talks about the beginning of European nephrology.
At that time, of course, I suppose the center of gravity in European nephrology was in Paris. And every May, the highlight of the year was to go to the Actualité and meet people from all over the world, including all over Europe, and all the French group with Jean Berger, of course, in charge, like a god, and that was great fun too. I developed a lot of contacts in France, and it made me realize that medicine truly was, as I already knew from being in the United States, an international enterprise. And I went on subsequently to meet and then to train people from countries virtually all over Europe, from Portugal to Greece. We had 250 people eventually trained in our unit from all these places. So everywhere we had a little colony. Whenever I traveled around, we could have a dinner of half a dozen of people who had been fellows with us or done some work with us or whatever. And that started really in Europe, in France, through, as I say, through the Actualité, because that was the lead. That was the international congress of the day. And then, of course, the EDTA was started up in 1964. I still have the pictures downstairs of the audience with me in it. There must have been 80 of us. it's difficult to remember now how tiny the enterprise was and how intimate it was as a result. There were so few people working in the area, and when we found something new or got some new bit of kit or a new idea, the communication then was old-fashioned. It was by telephone. And you rang up your friends and said, hey, I've had an idea. Why don't we do this, or this? Or I've managed to find out how on earth to make that happen in the bubble trap of this wretched dialyzer, which won't do what we wanted to do. It was a big family in many ways. The cohort of that period is really very close. And one of the sad things of recent years, of course, has been to lose a number of people from those periods.
Stewart served the European renal community in many different roles, and of course in the ISN as well. His specific contribution to the EDTA, he was not one of the original gang of three, as David Kerr christened them, Drucker, Sheldon and Kerr, who in 1963 took the initiative to start EDTA. It actually happened at the end of a symposium on acute renal failure held at the Royal Free. And the three of them got together and decided to have a European Dialysis Association. And they held their first meeting, as we've already mentioned, in 1964 in Amsterdam at the University Hospital there. The association was created, and at first they were going to call it the West European Dialysis Association. But Gabriel Richet suggested that it should be extended to all European countries and all nations bordering the Mediterranean. And he went on to play really important roles as editor of the proceedings of congresses, and then under Stewart's presidency, this big decision to stop having the proceedings, but to have a formal journal which became NDT. Most of the things I'm going to have on these next few slides are direct quotes from Stewart in that interview he gave to Pierre Ronco 10, 12 years ago. About the creation of NDT, he said that this will be the last number of the proceedings in its present form, that they'd approved the decision to have a journal. He knew everyone was not happy with it, but he was convinced that the advantages to the association, both financial and scientific, would convince everyone in the long run, and of course, he was right. He talked about meetings, which is very interesting. Renal meetings, Stewart said, should be with a sense of intimacy. You learn a large amount in the bar. Now, he said, there's an issue of scale, and of course, 80 at the first meeting, and now 1,000 times that number. So networking is important, but friendship should remain as the primary value, as in every human endeavor. Stewart said, I've not discovered anything in my life, but I taught and trained so many people that ideas flourished in many places over the world. Pierre's comment is that that is not true, of course. But it is illustrated by Stewart's finding, which Andy reminded us about, the prognosis of glomerular diseases is dependent on proteinuria, not the histological diagnosis. Stewart didn't prove that proteinuria damaged the kidney, but could, for example, Beppe Ramuzzi or others have demonstrated the toxicity of proteinuria if they'd not been trained by Stewart at Guy's? Probably not. Stewart was fond of talking about funding research, and he had a strong view of what he called wild man money. That a small amount, 5, perhaps 10% of all the total granting should go to crazy ideas. That most of that money will go to the rubbish, but 1 or 2 might be the next Nobel Prize. Stewart on nephrology and clinical medicine. It's very exciting to come into nephrology, thanks to the conjunction of molecular biology with clinical problems. It's one of the best areas in medicine, one of the fields where general medicine is so important, the last area where you meet everything on everything. but worried about clinician scientists. The era of clinical scientists is coming to an end. Clinical medicine still has questions to be addressed, but he wasn't sure that the young generation could do both or want to do both research and clinical care. And here's a haunting statement. There are good scientists among the young doctors, but are they shaking the hands of patients at midnight? We were lucky at that time to move from frontline research to the care of patients, and indeed back again. Stewart, on patients and doctors. Pain is worse. Having something you don't know about and you're not sure you can control. There's no language for pain. We've got no idea how to make good doctors. Perhaps just give patients some hope and help patients feel better. But on empowering patients, it's your life, he would say to the patient. You need to have a say in what happens. We empowered patients, said Stewart. We had to do this. We gave them responsibility. And finally, about Stewart's modesty and humility, this is a note from Monica Fontana, long-time executive manager of the ERA, who said to Pierre, on a personal level, I can simply say he was one of the most down-to-earth people I've ever met, with his charming and warm smile. He was able to make you feel as though you were the most important person in the world when he talked to you, making you feel so comfortable that you forgot you were talking with the one of the giants of nephrology of our times. And Pierre recalls on that day in Cumbria that Stewart, with a smile on his face, concluded his interview by pointing his finger to the sky and saying, I want another life, perhaps as a writer or playing at the theatre. Are you listening? Thank you, Pierre Anco. Joe Adu is another person, very sad he can't be with here, but he's somewhere between Buenos Aires and Ghana at the moment, I think. And Joe's going to talk to us briefly about the development of global nephrology.
My name is Joe Adu, and I will be talking about Stewart and the developments of global nephrology. I first went up to Guy's Renal Unit in 1977 to 1980, and at the time, the Guy's Renal Unit was a United Nations of doctors and scientists. From Japan, we had Nori, I can't remember his surname. From Italy, we had Beppe Remusti, who from Bergamo and became a future ISN president. From Trinidad, we had Alan Patrick. From South Africa, Colin Brown. From Nigeria, Professor Akinshola and Professor Obiasu. Myself from Ghana, and from Argentina, Anthony Vilches. And there were many others who I cannot remember. The concept of the Committee for the Global Advancement of Nephrology was initially proposed by John Dirks, Bob Schreier, and Barry Brennan. And Roscoe Robinson, president of the ISN from 1990 until 1993, pointed out in his final speech that only 1/4 of the world's population were benefiting from the knowledge available in the developed world. Stewart became president immediately afterwards from 1993 to 1996, and said that the focus of ISN has rightly turned to those areas of the world where the society is most needed, the developing world. As president of the International Society of Nephrology, Stewart gave strong commitment to the global advancement of nephrology, and these included expansion of the COMGAN program to include CMEs, research and prevention, sister renal center programs, fellowship programs, and a library enhancement program. And the ISN ComGAN has had over 90 countries, activities in over 90 countries, and through its outreach programs, which include continuing medical education program, a fellowship training program, the Sister Renal Center program, research and prevention program, sector scholarship program, senior scholarship program, library enhancement program, and a travel grant program. And the ISN spends over 30% of its operating budget annually in its outreach and capacity building programs. And this gives an example of CMEs that were held in Africa and the Middle East from October 2001 to February 2005, and a myriad of countries, both in Africa and the Middle East, benefited from CMEs. The regional distribution of ISN fellows since 1985 also follows a global pattern, with Africa, Latin America, East Central Europe, and Asia featuring. Similarly, the renal distribution of ISN sister renal centers, in which a center in the so-called developing world is linked to a center in the developed world. Again, this program has been very successful in helping to develop nephrology in Africa, Latin America, East and Central Europe, and also in Asia, worldwide, in fact. The ISN has been branded now, and it's now, the outreach program is now called ISN Global Outreach Program, ISN Go for short. But it continues its activities with over 9,000 members in 153 countries, 93 affiliated societies. This shows Stewart Cameron with Michael Matekole at the Barcelona World Congress of Nephrology meeting. And so Stewart's vision that an ISN that focused its activities on spreading nephrology worldwide is now a reality. Thank you for your attention.
Lovely to see Joe again. And now we're going to think about Stewart, the writer and historian, and Leon Fine will appear on screen to talk to us about that.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure and privilege to participate in this important commemorative event for one of the giants of nephrology, Stewart Cameron. The program indicates that I am to speak on Stewart as writer, historian. I hope to be able to make the point to you today that Stewart was the history of nephrology. He was its most prominent member, and he himself was the embodiment of the history of our discipline. So rather than regaling you with a long list of Stewart's publications and writings, I've chosen to select a number of vignettes from my personal experiences in interacting with Stewart over the past decade or so. And I think that these are more poignant than lists and speak to the key role that he played. Looking back over my emails over the past years, I note that around 2007, I was appointed as chair of the Commission on the History of Nephrology by the International Society of Nephrology. I see that I also made a note to myself at that time saying, make sure that Stewart Cameron lands up on this committee. His importance to the ISN at that time was that he had created, together with Kim Solas, something called the Video Legacy Project, in which the most prominent members of the international nephrology community were interviewed on camera. The one rule that we had in place at the time was that only those who had retired professionally could be included in the program. The reason was obvious. We had selected prominent members of our community who was still active. If we had selected those who were active professionally, we would have been inundated by why him and not me. So Stewart really was the driving force in getting the key players on board. At the time, of course, there was no such thing as Zoom, so the only way one could do an interview was to set up a studio, have a camera and a cameraman, have an interviewer and an interviewee sitting side by side or facing each other, and filming for the process. Indeed, I did one together with Bob Alperin, where we interviewed Don Selden, who, as expected, was eloquent, interesting, remarkably insightful about the future of nephrology and medicine. So under Stewart's guidance, the program went on for a number of years, but unfortunately it came to an end under the presidency of Eberhard Ritt, who decided in his wisdom that it was too expensive to keep going and that the money could be better spent elsewhere. The video recordings are somewhere in the ISN archives, I'm not sure where, and of interest, to my knowledge, Stewart himself was never interviewed. So the event of today certainly, hopefully, makes up for that omission. Around that time, the International Association for the History of Nephrology, IAHN, was created. It met every few years in interesting cities, and Stewart was a constant contributor. So pulling off some of the published volumes off my shelf, I note that Stewart had articles of remarkable breadth, and I'll just read some of them to you. Oliver and Feigl, two forgotten fathers of stick testing of urine for albumin. Sir Robert Christensen, 1797 to 1882, a neglected founder of nephrology. The introduction of renal biopsy into nephrology from 1901 to 1961, a paradigm of the forming of nephrology by technology. John Bostock, MD, FRS, 1773 to 1846, physician and chemist in the shadow of a genius, meaning Richard Bright. The origin and development of the concept of a nephrotic syndrome. And these articles show very clearly how Stewart was always involved, and it was the breadth of his knowledge and his insight that he was able to bring to the table with topics such as these that made him an unparalleled resource for the history of nephrology community. In 2013, I see I was copied on a humorous string of emails, which started with one from Boleslav Rudkovsky, who was chair of the IAHN at the time, saying, "Dear friends, please find enclosed 3 versions of the Stewart Cameron Honorary Membership Certificate. Please let me know about your choice and or suggestions concerning the text. We will try our best to prepare the certificate using special type of paper. Looking forward to get news from you with best regards." An email response from me at the time said, "The English is poor on all versions. I suggest the following. The Council on the International Association for the History of Nephrology proudly recognizes James Stewart Cameron for his scientific achievement, his contributions to the international practice of nephrology, and to the flourishing of this association, and confers on him the status of honorary member." That wasn't enough. Next, an email from Boleslav to Emanuela Appetiti. I think she was the president at the time. "Dear Emanuela, I find the proposal very attractive. Would it not be better to write Professor instead of Dr. Stewart Cameron?" An email in response from Emanuela saying, "I'm sending my proposal made on one of Bolo's PPT and using part of Leon's text. I tried to include the scientific, quote, scientific achievement, end quote, but it badly fits in the format and would require 3 full lines of text. Here are 2 revised versions, one with the word prof included and the other with prof and a slightly longer text. It's up to you to the final decision." That was the end of that email string. And if anybody wonders how academic nephrologists spend their valuable time, I think this is a wonderful example for all to behold. In 2014, I got an email from Stewart asking me if I could find a book entitled Urine and Urine Sediment, a Practical Manual and Atlas by Richard W. Lipman, from Cedars of Lebanon Hospital in Los Angeles. Cedars of Lebanon was the precursor of my current medical center, which is called Cedars Sinai Medical Center. I looked for the book in our library and couldn't find it. I'd never heard of Lippmann. I did find the book in the library of UCLA, made a copy of a few pictures and sent them on to Stewart. I received the following letter from Stewart in response. Dear Leon, I'm in Rome now. I'm doing this on a hotel computer. Many thanks. I've seen but not purchased a copy of this book. He died quite young. And I wonder about something I did a few years ago. I managed to find a death certificate for relatives in Ohio through his Social Security records. I don't know if it'd be easy to feel possible to do this for Lippmann, ? This meeting is on the urinary sediment, and I showed pictures of the cover of the 2 editions which were issued long after his death. I gather from Tito Fugazzi that this was at the publisher's own discretion. It sold 1,400 copies over the years. Stewart subsequently published an article entitled A History of Urine Microscopy in the Journal of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine in 2015, and an email from him to me at the time said, Dear Leon, I intended the paper of 2015 on analysis by microscopy to be a complement to the one dipsticks earlier on. I found, when I located a copy of the Rome paper, that I had in fact acknowledged your help with Lippmann at the end of the paper. So all's well. Old men forget, and I still have some brain fog from COVID. The fatigue, thank God, is now more or less abated after 6 months. Fast forward to 2020, I sent an email to Stewart. Dear Stewart, you initiated my curiosity when you requested from me some time ago a copy of Lippmann's book on urinalysis. I attach here a paper which I published in the Journal of American Society of Nephrology together with Frank Strauss, a retired Los Angeles nephrology. The title of the paper was The Imposed Obscurity of Richard W. Lippmann, MD, 1916 to 1959, revered renal researcher and physician. And the article tells a story which includes a remarkable cast of characters, including Thomas Addis at Stanford, who trained Lippmann, and Linus Pauling, Nobel laureate, who was a patient of Richard Lippmann's and who wrote a testimony on his behalf. The article describes how Lippmann had been hounded out of office during the McCarthy era when he came one day to find that he'd been dismissed. He was a significant and promising researcher with excellent publications. He had established one of the first renal clinics in the nation, and his patients literally cried when they saw him leaving the clinic premises. Lippmann ultimately couldn't get a job as a nephrologist. He worked at Caltech for a few years and died at the age of 49. A tragic story. How Stewart knew of him and the fact that he died so young is intriguing to me. Stewart seemed to know everything. In an email in 2000 to me from Alfred Drucker, a pediatric nephrologist from Israel, says, for your information, Stu Cameron, he spelled Stu, S-T-E-W, was all his life also a member of the ESPN, the European Society for Pediatric Nephrology. Says Drucker, I invited him to give the first major talk when I organized it in 1992. The 3-year Congress of IPNA is when his medical problems started. He could not attend because of raging hypertension, but sent us his talk while Cyril Chandler showed the slides. Nobody except the organizers knew that Stewart was not in the hall. That was also Stu. In 2016, I received an email from Carl Neff, the ASN president, at the time complimenting me on something that I'd written, and he said, many years ago, I attended a historical symposium, which I think was at the ISBN in London, in which you, Stuart Cameron, and Eberhard Ritz gave these quite remarkable and complementary scholarly perspectives on different aspects of the history of nephrology. So, putting aside my contribution to that event, the point of importance is that once again, Stewart Cameron was central to the goings-on in the world of nephrology, wherever they may have been happening. He was unparalleled in his breadth of knowledge. His style was attractive. His sense of humor was appreciated. He was never arrogant, always inquisitive, and a wonderful colleague. Finally, in 2023, my email to Gerard Friedlander, Dean, nephrologist and Dean of the Laennec Medical School in Paris. Dear Gerard, just to let you know that Stewart Cameron died last week. Thank you for your attention.
Well, quite a series of contrasting talks. In one thing, though, I think Leon wasn't right, because Stewart was interviewed for the Video Legacy Project by Andy Rees, as I recall. And so that must be available somewhere. Surely not. A long conversation. Can we get a sorry, can you stop it? Can we get a microphone to Andy, please? Thank you, Neil.
Is that on? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was a long conversation. There is nearly 3 hours worth of video. Part of the reason it was so long was that both Stewart and I lost our notes of what we were going to ask each other and reply before we started recording, and so that it was entirely improvised. And I'm sorry that I didn't make it more focused. But it's available on YouTube, I think.
Right, we should come back to home. And Ian Abbs is going to talk to us now about Stewart's impact here, guys.
Thanks very much, John. And just as I've reflected today, as I'm sure many of you will, I'm going to change this talk's title to Stewart's Impact Through Guys, because I think that's a rather broader topic and perhaps reflects better the impacts that not only Stewart, but many colleagues at Guy's have had. This is a picture, many will have seen it. It's in Counting House. And I think it's a great illustration of just some of the aspects of life at Guy's through the centuries, from the founding of the hospital back in depending what you agree, 1725, 2026, in terms of the first patient. And shows Thomas Guy, I think, looking rather benignly at us as we move through time. Actually, the one interesting quote that was made by L.P. Hartley, actually the same year that Stewart started as a student at Guy's in 1953, was "The past is a foreign country. They do things differently there." And one of the reflections I would have, which are general rather than specific, and the specific understandings that colleagues have shared with us, I'd make a general observation and will argue that just how radical Stewart was. Stewart was, I think, a radical. And those colleagues who worked together with Stewart at Guy's really paved a path from the past to the future, and the degree of change, I think, that we now take very much for granted, I take for granted, that change was brought about very much by Stewart and colleagues at Guy's, paving a different way. Now, I'm a very poor gardener, as Chisholm will attest to. But what I do know is that you have to create the right environment to let really amazing plants grow. and that environment that Stewart, Chisholm, Gwyn, and Jeff and Steve Sachs created with the multi-professional, multidisciplinary team here, I think was unique in certainly the British medical system at the time when it started to develop in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. It was a very different place. We've already heard how different it was, perhaps even from the rest of the guys, but I'll tell you in a second how different it was from the rest of the country. And in that unusual soil, many different plants thrived, and many of the fantastic people here today thrived in that environment that would not, I think, have produced quite so many outstanding people, outstanding clinicians, many of whom are here, outstanding colleagues who've gone on to do great things in British and international medicine. That's a very rare soil. Let's borrow the clicker. Thanks. Because the 1950s was an odd place. It was still, we had rationing in this country. I was a child of the 50s. I was born in 1958, just a few years after rationing ceased. And at that stage, Richard Gordon's set of books, The Doctor usually in some sort of trouble books, that was a textbook, not light reading. I mean, it was quite representative of it's not entirely fictional. It was quite representative of some of the social attitudes, some of the attitudes that were prevalent in medicine in that early post-war era. These are pictures of guys from that sometimes in the 1950s. I think that's Caleb, that ward there. Patients put outside on the balcony for the freshening and therapeutic effects of the London air in the 1950s. And the hospital, the consultant's car park. That was a very austere and quite hierarchical model. And I'm sure many of us in the audience sort of experienced in some of our early training hierarchical ways of working that really reflected pre-war attitudes. They hadn't really changed very much. Opinions were suppressed, creativity was frowned upon, and certainly dress codes were pretty fixed. It was a uniform, and we heard earlier one colleague at Guy's, I think, asking about why isn't Stewart wearing the uniform? But as we know, molds can be broken, but it takes, and it's interesting, I'd love to have been able to talk to Stewart, and maybe he did talk to Alison, but around how much he purposefully broke the mold, rather than just, he actually did it as a purposeful act to break hierarchical traditions and to actually create a vehicle for change. And it's an interesting thing, because that's a very difficult social boundary to break. Molds are difficult to break. You can break them, but it takes purpose. But we went into the 1960s, and I'd love to know again, this colour starts to appear a little bit in the historical record. I don't think that's outside Guy's, and it certainly isn't Stewart. But it was starting to change. The car park at Guy's was unchanged. Actually, I'm pretty sure some of those cars were in the previous photo. So clearly, once consultants had bought a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley, they didn't change them. But it was starting to change. I think that's a picture of the Keats, the part of London Bridge where the Keats statue sits near the colonnade the Queen came. And in the 1960s, there was, I think, and again, interesting to know from colleagues who might discuss that in the discussion at the end of this session, about how much the flowering of creativity in the 1960s, and we're blessed to have colleagues who were in their careers in the 1960s, whether the 1960s by and of itself was an interesting time to practice medicine when some of the perhaps strictures of the 1950s and earlier started to be released. But certainly there was a breaking down of many different types of barriers, many of which were, again, were social. And the rejection, and it was a positive rejection, of some of the strictures of the past. And again, sort of reading about that period, just how difficult some of those barriers were to break down even into the 60s. But actually the 1970s is a really interesting period to reflect upon. And I would argue that that was a foundational decade. A foundational decade for the flowering of the renal unit at Guy's, but also for a number of events. And, you know, eventually what I'd love to do is to think about writing something about the 1970s as a really seminal decade, not only in this country, but also in British medicine, and particularly around the work that we did at Guy's. Stewart's chair was 1974, and that, I think, established his position with Chisholm, with Cyril, really as one of the sort of preeminent beacons of UK medicine. But actually a number of other things happened. We had a fantastic talk earlier about the development of the multi-professional, multidisciplinary, family-based team with patients at the centre and patients part of the team. I don't know, again, interested in the discussion, how radical that was. I can't think of many other places where that was seen to be the norm. And if you think to the models of care that are in place now, where multi-professional, multidisciplinary, patient-centered care is taken as the standard of care, this was 50 plus years before the types of model that we now take for granted. So this was revolutionary. And I know we don't take it for granted as members of the family, but it was revolutionary in the world of medicine at the time. The other thing, which is really, I think, a fundamental part of the heritage that the renal unit at Guy's has given to global medicine, is not to do with science or the cutting edge of clinical medicine. It's actually to do with clinicians taking responsibility. Because the late 1970s, under Cyril and Peter Griffiths, was the development of resource management and the role of the clinical director. Chisholm, when I arrived, was the clinical director. I think Chisholm, you've probably been the clinical director for a while. But in parallel to Stewart's creativity was Chisholm's particular skill in arranging services for patients who were otherwise underserved. We heard of Jeff. If you were 40 and a diabetic, you wouldn't be transplanted for sure. You may not be dialyzed in the 60s and even into the 70s. So there were times of real resource constraint. And the development of the resource management model of the clinical directorate, which now is worldwide, with the evidence clearly demonstrated in the literature that clinical responsibility and accountability, including the management of resources, has better outcomes for patients. That started here. So that was another foundational moment in the future of medicine. And it was into that environment that I arrived in the 1980s. Now, I have to make an admission. It's a terrible admission. I trained at St. Thomas's. It was a bit like that when I arrived. I think, yes, so I trained at St. Thomas's, which was a pretty hierarchical place. So I arrived here, and I arrived in the renal unit. And one of the first things that really struck me was another thing, which is something that we do take for granted, I think, as colleagues, is the openness of curiosity. And I remember one of the first, so I wanted to obviously impress my new colleagues. I was the lecturer. I came to work with Steve as the Wingate lecturer in the first job I had. And I think the first ward round I was going to do with Stewart, I'd absolutely hammered every set of patient notes. So I really thought I knew everything. I think it's going to be fine, apart from one patient. There was a woman with acute renal failure with a biopsy that showed interstitial nephritis. And I thought, okay, I'm going to work out what causation of interstitial nephritis this patient has so I can present the case to Professor Cameron. I examined every possibility in the history. I must have been with her for hours. Couldn't get a cause. I could not get to the cause. So I thought, okay, well, I'll just have to present the case and see where it goes. Got to the case, and I was presenting the case. First time with Stewart, it might have almost been the first bed on the left on Astley Cooper, almost like the first patient. So I'd never worked with him before. And as I was talking to him, he clearly wasn't listening. And I thought, crikey, what's going on here? And it was a lady probably in her 70s. She had a very large handbag on the bedside locker. And I was saying, with this interstitial nephritis, I went through the history, went through the drugs, and definitely no non-steroidals. And Stewart picked her bag up. And as I was presenting the history, Stewart sort of walked slightly away from the bed, and he put the bag down at the end of the bed, and he started rifling through her contents. And I thought, what's he doing? And he was talking. He said, oh, thank you very much, Ian. He called me Ian, and that was a surprise. He said, well, thanks very much, Ian. I'll just ask a few questions myself. And he was rifling through. He got right the way. He was taking knitting out, various sorts of hats, right the way down at the body. He took a purse out, right the way down at the bottom of her bag. I don't know how he knew this. It gets me till today. He found an envelope. And in the envelope were some pink pills. And he said, oh, what are these? And she said, oh, those are my little helpers. And he said, are they by any chance naproxen? And she said, oh, I think the doctor might have said that once. So, of course, that was non-steroidal, anti-inflammatory associated interstitial nephritis. But the point of the story was he just had that sense of curiosity that didn't stop at what I was saying, didn't stop at, and he had absolutely no inhibition about actually lifting out the bag contents until he got to the reason that this patient, and of course then we went on to treat her and she did very well. So I think that was something that I learned certainly at Guy's. And I know colleagues who were talking over coffee from across the world really found something very different at Guy's. And those 250 colleagues from across the world have gone back to their own countries with a sense of curiosity, again, very different from models of medicine that many of us and many of them have grown up with, and a continuous sense of curiosity. And also into the 90s, when Stewart retired. I think the thing that had been established by the 90s was really the development of Guy's, particularly as a centre for translational medicine. And I think I would argue that Stewart is one of the first, if not one of the best, practitioners of translational medicine, because not only was it about basic science discoveries and insights, but also it was about application in patients with impact. And again, we search for that now. It's taken as read that your research is purposeful and is going to make a difference to patients, but that wasn't generally the case I think even going back into the 90s. But now, certainly, we had developing, certainly in the Guy's Tower, where the renal lab was to start with, developing translational medicine. Because now, just to finish, from those foundations, and I would argue, I of course would argue that many of those foundational steps that were taken by the colleagues in the renal unit guys, many of whom are here, really started to seep out beyond the walls of the renal unit. And certainly in the research space, now, as colleagues have already said, I think we have one of Europe's largest translational research centres, large investments going in, particularly into two areas that we're focused on at the moment. One in the consequences of the fourth industrial revolution, with an understanding of data, particularly the future of machine learning in medicine. A second really important development in precision medicine, cell and gene, and particularly bringing now those two things together in this emerging field of digital biology, and that's really where we're going at the moment at Guy's, and now in the sort of greater Guy's and St Thomas's and beyond. We now have 25,000 colleagues at Guy's and St Thomas's. We have brought the Brompton and Harefield in, and they are now part of us. We've put some big investments in, particularly in digital technology recently, and putting some big investments in, particularly in cell manufacturing and cell and gene manipulation. But I don't think, now as the chief executive for Guy's and St Thomas's, that we would be where we are had it not been for the remit of Guy's. So, thank you very much. And I think, John, we're going to have some general conversation.
We do indeed have some more time for general conversation, and it would be good to hear from anybody who wants to add anything to those things we've already heard about. That's Stewart. Be that anecdote or opinion, or Michael Bolton-Jones. Microphone just coming, Michael.
Sandy Davison.
Oh, Sandy, I'm so sorry. Sandy, I'm so sorry.
We've heard a lot about the Guy's family, but it extended a long way beyond that. Chris was talking about the Congress, London Congress, and the financial problems and the difficulties with that. And Stewart was looking for people to help, bag carriers, all sorts of things, and recruited my son. Now, I don't know how he found out that he was a law student. And the President's dinner that year was held in the Middle Temple, and Stewart ensured that he got an invitation to the Middle Temple as a medical student. So his concern for the family extended well beyond just his team, his friends, but even the family of his friends. Quite remarkable.
Thank you, Sandy. Anyone else? Steve Sachs here.
Thank you. Yes, Ian reminded me in his presentation just now, of the Wingate lectureship. And you will know that Stewart not only was very good at talking, but liked to talk. And was, well, I won't say unstoppable. He did listen and have time to speak to people, which is very good. So when I arrived, it wasn't long after that we went to meet Mr. Wingate, and we thought we'd take him out to lunch. So this was Stewart and I. Ian, I'm not sure if you heard this story, but you will again. We waited in a nice restaurant for Mr. Wingate to arrive, and we saw from high up, saw a smart car arriving, as you would expect, for somebody who was interested in sort of funding medical research and had a large purse. And we sat down, very personable person, and Stewart said, well, good to see you. Where have you come from today? He said, Curzon Street. And Stewart, I don't think anyone's mentioned this, was a film buff who, really knew his movies and enjoyed it. And I think he said around midnight he would be watching films and so forth. And as Stewart said, well, that's interesting because I'm a member of the Curzon Cinema. And he said, yeah, I own it. And so to link up with what I was saying before, Stewart, there was a long pause, where Stewart didn't have anything to say. Nevertheless, we got a good result out of the meeting.
Thank you very much. And Jose, Susana.
So, I was on the second or third batch of the ISN fellowship when I applied to Guy's and actually wrote a sort of a clumsy letter to Stewart, and eventually, with the aid of my boss back in Rio, Stewart accepted me, and probably because nobody else had applied before to Guy's, and I was the first one to dare to. So I came over, and when I was packing, I exchanged some letters with you, and I what sort of dressing code that you have there? And he said, oh, no problem. I usually wear a white shirt, no ties, nothing more than that, sometimes with short sleeves in the summer. So I packed my bag, and my father was a wiser man trained abroad. He said, oh, that's very strange. I haven't, he's an Englishman. Oh, probably so, yeah. So tell you what, do include a couple of ties in your bag and one jacket, because you probably need it. And I said, but I don't know how to tie a tie. So my father actually tied the tie for me, and I had it in my luggage. It was sort of ready for use. So, and when I arrived there, Stewart wasn't around. Chisholm was on call. So I sort of started seeing things, and then I went to the library. I saw this man lying down on the floor, looking at the sort of bottom shelf in journals. And so he raised his eyes to me and said, you're probably Jose that was coming. So it's me, I'm here. And he said, okay, and I realized that everybody else wear ties except for Stewart. So, wise father. Second thing that it was very much interesting were the ward rounds. We didn't have that sort of setup back home, so we have the professor going around, and he was particularly proud when he would look up and say, oh, today we have people from the 5 continents, and because that was the flavor of the unit. So he had these international people coming in and out there, and it was really enjoyable. All the cultures, all the experiences, and we would go when the round ended. I remember when I said, so who is on call today? And one of the SHO, so it's Professor Cameron, on and on and on, because the rounds would take a while to finish. But that was the sort of training that I took up a local registrar job and spent some more time. I remember myself running. Chisholm actually invited me for the job and said, okay, you haven't had a foreign graduate doing this job for about 10 years. And the last one, we finished that because the last one couldn't cope. So I was sort of, had this introductory advice. So I remember myself running back and forth from the guys underground and going to place and performing kidney biopsies. But that was the training that I took back home. And every now and then when I'm sort of doing rounds or going around the unit, I look up and say, oh, I bring that way back from guys. So thank you very much for Stewart, his family, and thank you very much.
Anything else, anyone? Yes, please. No,
Oh, sorry.
Just to add my voice, the name is Fosa Oviasu. Actually, I came to Guys a year after Jose, the guy who just spoke. And the way I came is a bit similar to his. I wanted to spend some time at Guys, and I got to hear about Stewart through a senior colleague who had never met him or communicated with him. I just wrote, and based on my communication with him,
and the little I had to say out by myself. He offered me a place, and that's how I came here. And most of what has been said so far about Stewart is really true. Such an amazing fellow who was so humble, and being on first name terms was strange to me, because where I come from, Nigeria, you don't call your seniors by their first name. But here we are, everyone, including nurses, first name. And another thing I just want to add is that I was privileged to visit him at home a few times. The first time was in the early 2000s. That's after I've long left guys. And he had to wait for me. That's somewhere in Cumbria. And we had problem with trains then. And struggling, coming back, I got back to Sheffield because I went to Sheffield very late. He was trying to contact me. Additionally, during our meetings, because we met on several occasions globally during ISN congresses, it was so interesting having to be approached by prominent nephrologists globally, wanting to be introduced to Stewart. And you can imagine how I felt introducing people to Stewart. Thank you.
And one more there, thank you.
I am Paula from Brazil. I was Stewart's the last fellow. I was an ISN fellow, and it's a great pleasure to meet this man that has a lot of influence in my life and in my career. Thank you for all.
I think that probably brings this section to a natural conclusion. For the last part of the meeting, we're going to be thinking about reflecting where we are now in the light of all that Stewart's done. And Ian's going to chair this session.
Thanks, John. I think it is true that we look a little further into the future by standing on the shoulders of giants. We're now going to talk a little bit about that future, about where are we now, and importantly, where are we going? And I think Charlene Greenwood is going to start with an expansion of the conversations that we had earlier. And what I was trying to emphasize in my talk is about the nature of multi-professional care in 2024. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for having me. I look out here in absolute awe, actually. It's probably one of the most intimidating audiences I've ever had to present to, and it's a real privilege to be able to be here to celebrate such a huge giant in nephrology who was a hero really to my heroes and who has laid the groundwork for the heroes that I look up to in my day-to-day practice now. So thank you very much, first of all, for the opportunity. And I come to talk to you today about multi-professional care in 2024 as probably one of the newest members of the kidney multi-professional team. Hopefully, some of you will have heard of kidney physiotherapists or renal physiotherapists. No, I'm getting some shakes in the audience. So we are joining the kidney team, and we have been for some years now. And so it's nice to be able to start with that and then to say, looking back, and I know you've done a lot of this today, looking back to kidney care in the time when Stewart joined other people, or Professor Cameron, sorry, joined other people to start off the renal unit at Guy's, and also, you know, some of the great medical and pharmaceutical advances of that time. And we can see here in 1960, the first patient who received repeated hemodialysis care. This is Clive Shields. And at that time, when we think about the 1960s, and I talk to people, obviously I wasn't around in that day, and I talk to people about what it was like then. And I know you've heard this morning about how special the multi-professional team was already in kidney care at that time. But there were some key members of that team. A very important and strong relationship between the nephrologist and nursing care, our nursing colleagues, as I know you've heard about from this morning. Also those great advances that were happening in renal replacement therapy, as I just mentioned, and also in scientific advances and surgical advances in that we did the first kidney transplant here in the UK in the 1960s as well. And I think it's safe to say that at that time there was a really strong biomedical model of care that was delivered, and that was very necessary, where we saw a focus really being on disease defined by the biologic defect, and where we saw that problems that weren't explained by the biologic defect were probably not prioritized at that time, and there was a mind and body dualism. So not really looking at the whole patient, but really importantly, looking at that very medical focus in terms of treatment and biological assays, biological interventions to try and diagnose and treat these important diseases. And with that, we saw real benefits in terms of identification and treatment in kidney care, the emergence of dialysis therapies in terms of hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, kidney transplantation treatments. Also great pharmaceutical advances in that time and increased life expectancy as a consequence. But also this biomedical model posed real challenges in terms of we had dualistic healthcare, and resources were probably not devoted as well to mental health and other types of other conditions which weren't really predominantly led by that biological defect. We also had people coming for multiple tests and assessments to see the specialists. Prevention at that time probably quite rightfully took a lower priority than treatment, and certainly training was delivered in a dualistic way in terms of treating the mind and treating the body. At the end of the 20th century, as we entered the 21st century, we saw medicine on a verge of a real paradigm shift. And that was because we saw that real change in the nature of disease in terms of the emergence of antibiotics and the great emergence of the medical care that was provided. We saw a real decrease in those infectious diseases, and it was at that time in the year 2000 when we started to see non-communicable diseases take over in terms of being the leading cause of death globally. And we looked forwards to 2024 and see that that is still the case. In fact, heart disease, cancer and stroke still feature very highly, as well as kidney disease. We also saw rising healthcare costs because as we were improving life expectancy and people were living longer, we were dealing with an aging population. We were also dealing with the management of chronic health conditions, which we know is incredibly costly. And also there was a recognition at that time of the role of really the patient, so looking much more towards patient-centered care, but also the role of the provider in terms of the behaviour. And when we look to the role of behaviour in terms of the person living with a condition, really thinking about behaviour in terms of not only disease etiology and prevention, but also in terms of disease management. And this is taken from clinical therapeutics in the year 2000. And you can see that in terms of disease management, there was roughly a 30% adherence failure to short-term regimes, 50% adherence failure to longer-term regimes, 70% adherence failure with non-symptomatic causes, and 75% of patients having difficulty with making lifestyle changes. Chronic disease, obviously, requiring a long-term complex medication regimes and lifestyle changes, but also that there was really poor medication adherence, and that was associated with those increasing healthcare costs. And also, I think around about that time, we really realized that there was a failure to adequately address mental health and lifestyle challenges along with those medical challenges. And this is where we really saw the emergence of the biopsychosocial model in terms of the focus being on holistic care, on the well-being, complete well-being of the patient, with it being much more multifactorial in terms of well-being being a product of multiple factors, that we considered both mind and body holistically together in our healthcare treatment, and that treatments could be behavioural, biologic, environmental, or indeed a combination of all of these. And it was at this time that prevention became a real focus of our treatment as well. And this sees real benefits as we look towards and we look to where we are with care today in terms of patients are seen as a whole person by the whole multi-professional team. All of patients' needs are addressed, hopefully, together under one roof. There's a real promotion of integrated multi-professional team and care that includes both mental and physical well-being challenges. And that patient-centered care is now really delivered in a non-stigmatizing environment where we can consider patient preferences and also the environment. But this itself has posed real challenges as we transition towards the way we deliver care today in terms of a need for increased collaboration and for us to look towards new models of how we deliver this care. That training programs needed to change to become much more interprofessional, and that as the integrated care team, we learned about all aspects of different types of care that are delivered. And that health research really needed to become interdisciplinary so that we could really focus on delivering holistic, whole-centered patient care. And that move towards multi-professional kidney care has really been captured in the work of the Renal Services Transformation Programme. Hopefully some of you will have heard of this. This was a task and finish work stream which was commissioned by NHS England. And it was to define what good kidney care looks like and to be able to produce a toolkit of recommendations for commissioning renal services. And this approach really centred on systemic opportunities for improving patient care and outcomes. And really look to supporting the system integration for the whole patient across the whole pathway. And for the first time, we see a clear recognition that looking after kidney patients' biopsychosocial needs is also a priority. And this was also something that was reflected and identified in the great work done by Graham Lipkin and Will McCain producing the Renal GIRFT report, which really looked at variations in care across the UK. And with that, we look towards the changing face of what the local kidney multi-professional team looks like. And we go from these few really strong members of the renal community and the renal professional team who are joined by a large number of other multidisciplinary colleagues, all working together to now look after the kidney patient, looking after them from both their mind and their body and all of their biopsychosocial needs. You can see the patient, obviously huge in centre of that, where we look towards delivering patient-centred care. And you can see some of those multi-professional members have been around longer than others. You'll see dietitians on there now and renal pharmacists. And as I always been there, but not right from the very, very beginning. But, oh, okay, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. My history is not nearly as good as this audience, so thank you for that. And are now really joined by other members of the team in terms of social workers, renal counsellors, physiotherapists, of which there's a handful now around the UK, and occupational therapists working in outpatients, of which I know of two who are working in renal outpatients. And this has been captured in the multi-professional workforce recommendations. This was published in October 2020, and this looks towards the new multi-professional team. And for the first time, we have renal therapies in there. So we have renal physiotherapists and occupational therapists, and we also have renal counsellors, renal psychologists looking after the psychological aspects of kidney care. And there's also been notable changes on a national front. So I know that many people in this audience will have been members of the Renal Association, and indeed Professor Cameron was one of the presidents of the Renal Association. And it was really exciting that while I was president of the British Renal Society, I was able to be involved in the merger between the British Renal Society and the Renal Association, who were already hosting the renal registry at the time. And this was really an exciting time for multi-professional kidney care, where we saw the emergence of the UK Kidney Association, which is really being held up across many disciplines as a true multi-professional organisation. The mission statement of the UKKA is to support the multi-professional team in the delivery of kidney care, education and research, enabling all people who are living with the condition to live well with kidney disease. And hopefully you can see there, if you look at the professional groups, committees, you can see just how reflective our new organisation is of the multi-professional team as we see them represented on the shop floor in the kidney care community. And what have the benefits been of coming together into a single organisation? Well, they've definitely been improved delivery, enhanced output from joint committees, greater support and mentorship for professional development across all disciplines, and also huge research opportunities. So a coordinated approach to increase research capability and capacity, facilitation of joint multi-professional team research, looking at true patient-centred care, and also the ability to attract and increase research funding. And it's also helped to facilitate the renal registry output. So there's been great support in terms of developing and supporting the PREMs, the PROMs, the multi-professional audit, research opportunities, and as well as the patient knows best development, which has been recently done. And also importantly, bringing together many people to create a single national renal patient council who are able to advise and optimise their time, influencing the way we deliver the renal registry output. And also, importantly, to be able to expand and integrate that specialist interest group development. And so we see better coordination, greater impact, and less duplication. We see improved renal stakeholder engagement opportunities, improved opportunities for communication, combined support to influence national bodies around education, training, and CPD, and really importantly, strategic support for the future renal unit staffing. So really looking at that workforce planning across the disciplines. And as we look to the future, we'll see the emergence of a new kidney multi-professional team as we look to a digital age and the need to deliver preventative, predictive, and personalised care. And I know that as we look towards that we have people like Professor Cameron to thank. We stand on the shoulders of giants, as Professor Abbs has just told us. And we are where we are today because of people like that. And I know, having started off my journey as a physiotherapist, going around lots and lots of different areas, that when I first came into renal, I recognized that there was a really special multi-professional family. And the reason for that is because of people like Professor Cameron and the work they did to instill the importance of the multi-professional team. So I'd like to say thank you to him, and thank you to everybody else in the audience, and thank you, John, for the opportunity to be here today.
Well, thank you very much, Charlene. It's absolutely fantastic to hear that the future of our patients and their families suffering from renal disease are in safe hands, so thank you. And now also we're going to hear about the future of nephrology from 2024 into the future from Professor Neil Turner. Neil.
Ian, thank you very much. And what a great place to be at the end of today, and looking forward to the wine. I didn't go to Guy's. I didn't work clinically with Stewart Cameron, but I worked at Hammersmith, and we've heard already that several people came across town from Guy's, so undoubtedly some of that ethos was there. And unfortunately, Andy Rees was my supervisor when I was doing my research at Hammersmith, and he decided that Stewart Cameron should be my PhD examiner. Now, to a young registrar with a difficult project, the prospect of being quizzed by someone who at that time was already recognized as a really intelligent, world-leading person who knew everything about nephrology was pretty daunting. But I have to say that the Viva was amazing. I mean, I did a project that involved protein chemistry and molecular biology, neither of which were areas that Stewart had personally worked in. Nevertheless, he was, of course, able to ask penetrating questions. We had a really interesting discussion. He was very nice to me, and at the end of the Viva, I went away feeling really on a high and a positive about a future career in nephrology. The next day, someone said, "Have you heard about Stewart Cameron?" I said, "Oh yeah, you bet. I was with him just yesterday." And said, No. He's been admitted to hospital. And it turned out that he'd gone back from the Viva to Guy's to do a clinic. He had collapsed at that clinic with the severe hypertension that we've just heard about. And I thought, oh my God, what's happening to my career in nephrology? Yesterday I was on a high. Now I'm at risk of being known as the person who killed Stewart Cameron. So that's why I'm smiling. This was actually at Chris Winnell's Festschrift a few years back. And it just leaves me with the next challenge of, I thought about giving an overview of the whole of UK current nephrology in 10 minutes. But I thought maybe I better just pick out a couple of aspects. And I'm going to choose one bit around service and one bit around research and where it's leading to. Stewart's career is shown between the blue arrows on this graph on the left. And I'm sorry, it's the figures for end-stage renal disease treatment in Scotland, because it's not quite the same as England, but it spans a much nicer time period without having to dig out a lot of figures and plot it myself. And Stewart was then there right at the beginning when a handful of people were beginning to be treated for end-stage renal disease. And we've heard about the pressures on units and patients and professionals at that time. And his professional career went all through this period of growth, but it was a struggle. All that time, it was a constant struggle to get resource in, to get enough staff, get more staff, to get the patients managed adequately. And some of this was technical improvements in the way we do things, and transplantation grew and grew and grew. But a lot of it was what we've heard. It was trying to do everything possible to make services work for patients. And my goodness, in order to do that, it required very special kinds of people. And some of them were very directing and difficult to work with, but quite a few of them, fortunately, had the characteristics that Stewart demonstrated. Really compassion for the patient's positions, wanting to get them better, prepared to bend all the rules in order to get things working like they should, prepared to break down all the barriers about what different staff should be meant to do. Now, Robin Eadie, who was a medical student when he started dialysis alongside Clyde Shields, who we saw a picture of in Seattle, and later became a professor of dermatology, an academic clinician. He wasn't a patient at Guy's, but he married a dialysis nurse from the Royal Free, which was where chronic dialysis first started in the UK. And Anne Eadie was a dialysis nurse at Guy's for a time. And she recounts the story of Chisholm and Stewart coming down to cannulate all the fistulas late from the ward because they were very busy with acute services and so on. And them standing there and saying, "This is ridiculous. Wouldn't you nurses like to learn how to do this?" And that's what happened. And of course, they got into trouble for it later. But it was that kind of willingness, and actually this working with patients, because all of this new technology within a year or two was being sent home to be supervised entirely by the patients with just a telephone call. Very few safety devices in those days either. So this was an astonishing partnership between patients and staff. And I think this trust between clinicians and the multi-professional team has lasted in nephrology, and surely it's going to be needed further into the future. This happened in many centres, but Stewart not only implemented it here, he spoke about it, and he was a teacher and a communicator, and it was very, very powerful. But the other bit of Stewart's work was in trying to understand what was causing the kidney disease, which were causing this sort of epidemic. It looks on this graph as if as soon as Stewart retired, the growth in hemodialysis stopped. Actually, that wasn't as true in England as it is in Scotland, but I certainly never thought that in my professional lifetime we'd see a plateauing of patients on hemodialysis. A very large part of that is due to the growth in transplantation, the success in transplantation that we've also heard about today. But some of it maybe is due to our success in preventing kidney disease. And we have heard examples of how Stewart led the work to really understand what kidney diseases were doing, what their outcomes were, and how to develop treatments to reduce the risk. And we've also seen this graph, which was presented at quite an obscure meeting, but then clearly had quite a lot of impact. There are two graphs from that time. And this was a very exciting period for glomerulonephritis. The immunofluorescence, the better understanding of immunology, the electron microscopy were leading to the ability to categorize Bright's disease, the first nephrologist, and here at Guy's, into all these different subtypes. And there was an attempt to see if that could help understand what was going to happen, who needed the new aggressive treatment. And to be honest, it's a bit of a mess, isn't it? Most of these aren't terms that we understand. That's crescentic nephritis down at the bottom, a whole mess of diseases in the middle, and then a few histological abnormalities at the top that didn't seem so bad. But then, and we have seen this figure, the data for this came from the collaborative work that Stewart was doing with anyone else doing kidney medicine who you could get in touch with, and some patients from the his series in the literature. And it's looking at outcome up to 15 years. So this is important stuff. 2,500 patients. Instead of splitting them by diagnosis, histology was, and the categorization was tremendously exciting. One of the analyses he did was splitting them by proteinuria. And if you split them by 2 grams of protein leak per day, they fell into these two categories, and then it didn't seem to matter almost what the underlying diagnosis was. And that was actually an extraordinary insight that nephrologists are very well aware of, we're still puzzling over and trying to tackle today. There were a couple of exceptions, and I think one actually was lupus. And the reason that lupus didn't fit this model very well was because there was a treatment for it, and some patients responded. Not on this list is IgA disease, because it was only possible to diagnose it in 1968, and for long follow-up that wasn't going to be showing itself in this series. But I want to show you where we are now. So, huge amount of work through the UK Kidney Association, UK Renal Association, setting up the registry and trying to work out what happens to patients and quality control what's happening in different renal units. Massively, massively important to where we are, and actually making the case for more resource. But in the last decade, this has been taken a step further with the RaDaR registry of rare kidney diseases, in which there are quite a number of kinds of glomerulonephritis. And these curves, I'm sorry, they actually go in the opposite direction. So the worst prognosis on this left-hand slide is crescentic nephritis, anti-GBM disease down on the left, which is what I was interested in early on. And on the right-hand slide, it's the top one. So patients with kidney failure are at the bottom of the left slide and the top of the one on the right. But this is from the analysis of RaDaR, the Rare Diseases database, which gets live updates of patients' pathology results. Results, interestingly, which we show to patients in a remarkably trusting way, which lots of other people were very worried about. And it takes data right back, so that instead of 2,500 collected by hand on lots of bits of paper like we saw before, this is 12,500 patients with different kidney disease and what happens to them with time. Now, what about the issues with proteinuria? Is that still a useful lesson? Well, here's Stewart's 1979 diagram about proteinuria. And here on the right is the analysis for one disease, IgA nephropathy. And there's a couple of things to say about this. The first thing is that if you have, just as in Stewart's day, regardless of modern treatment, if you have more than 2 grams a day of proteinuria, your outlook is still really poor. So, we think we've moved on a long way with treatments, but wow, we really need to do better than that. And if you look at even patients with less than half a gram of proteinuria, in 15 years, nearly half of them are needing dialysis. So a lot of the things we hear about in the population about CKD having a pretty good outlook and most of them die of cardiovascular disease, that is not true of patients who attend renal units and have a renal diagnosis. Patients with glomerulonephritis still make up 40% of our patients with end-stage kidney disease. Now, fortunately, we've found more things that we can do about it. So ACE inhibitors have been around since 1995, and you would hope that they are having some impact on these outlooks in the long run. But just recently, we've added SGLT2 inhibitors, which look to at least probably more than double the impact. There's now the spironolactone-like aldosterone antagonists coming along, which may add more to that. And there's endothelin receptor antagonists too. It's becoming incredibly important that everything that Charlene told us about keeping on board with the patients starts long before dialysis, because we're going to ask people who feel pretty well to take 5 or 6 different drugs to stop them getting to end stage. So is there a place for nephrologists who are compassionate, who work with their patients in the future? There is a really enormous demand for it. And just as with the dialysis patients, if you get one of these conditions, you're as for life. So nephrologists may end up being the last general physicians, but they're certainly going to carry on being that. Now, I got to know Stewart a lot better later on, and some of that was through writing, and some of it was through a shared interest in history, and we met at repeatedly at some of the International Association for the History of Nephrology meetings that we heard about from Leon Fine. And actually, I didn't know that we also shared an interest in stationery, but that was a really important discovery for me here today. Such a role model, Stewart, in so many ways, and such a nice person to go out with. And it's nice to have this photo here because the three of us went out one evening for a little bit of fish. I think this is the EDTA meeting in Glasgow. And I think here Stewart is discussing proteinuria, or it could be German films, or I don't know, medieval manuscripts. He said he was a butterfly, and I'm afraid I did crack and put on a tie today, but I did put it on top of my butterfly shirt. Thank you very much. And thank you, John, in that photo for today. It was fantastic.
Thanks very much, Neil. So we're coming to the close of today. In a moment, John is going to sum up what's been, I think, the most fantastic day. We've made a recording of today, so I think it is an unusual event. But I think before John comes up to summarise, Stewart, did you want to say a few words of thanks?
There are a lot of people who have made today happen. And so we're very grateful to Guy St Thomas's and to Ian. We're grateful to King's, and actually this wonderful lecture theatre. I was responsible for the McDonald's above it, which I've confessed to. But my successor, Robert Leckler, was responsible for this. And it's really been a wonderful venue, so thank you to King's. Thank you to what I, of course, knew as the Renal Association, but is now much more than that, and the UK Kidney Association, because they have been really instrumental in organising it and the continuity and so forth. But it wouldn't have happened, or certainly not have happened in this way, if it weren't for John. He is the person who's been the genius behind it, both in its conception and, I have to say, in its delivery. So, on behalf of all of us, thank you, John.
I think we set out to do what I wanted to do, and we've done it, and I'm delighted. I think we have not simply burnished Stewart's pedestal inappropriately, nor been unnecessarily sentimental. I think what we have done is acknowledge this extraordinary man who was transformative for many of us personally and for all of us as a specialty. There's only one thing left to do. Stewart would like to be with us. We're sorry he isn't. It's the right thing to do. We have to ascend 2 floors, have a glass of wine, and enjoy good companionship for as long as you want to stay. Thank you very much.